Douglas Mackenzie stopped hiking because the trees were growing upside down. Not metaphorically, not as some trick of perspective. The pines ahead of him had their root systems reaching toward the sky like grasping fingers, their canopies buried in earth that couldn't possibly support them. He stood on the Ptarmigan Tunnel Trail at 11:47 a.m. on October 3, 2004, with his Garmin GPS showing the correct coordinates and his geology degree insisting this was impossible, while 30 feet ahead of him, physical reality had apparently decided that gravity was optional. Douglas had spent the last 15 years explaining away the supernatural. As a geology professor at Montana State before taking this ranger position, he'd published 3 peer-reviewed papers debunking mysterious cave formations that local tribes claimed were spiritual sites. His blog, Rational Wilderness, had 40,000 subscribers who appreciated his no-nonsense approach to wilderness mythology. Just last month, he'd given a lecture in Kalispell titled, "Why Your Ancestors Were Wrong: Science versus Superstition in the Northern Rockies." The Blackfeet elder in the audience who'd walked out halfway through had muttered something in her language that the translator refused to repeat. Now Douglas stood staring at lodgepole pines that defied every law of botany, physics, and basic goddamn sense, and his carefully constructed worldview began developing stress fractures. He pulled out his digital camera, a Canon PowerShot A80, 3 megabyte storage, cutting edge for 2004, and photographed the inverted trees from multiple angles. Evidence, documentation. There would be a rational explanation. Possibly some kind of underground gas pocket that had explosively inverted the soil strata, though that didn't explain how the trees remained alive with their roots exposed to open air, or how their needles were somehow growing downward into buried canopy. The temperature dropped 15 degrees between one breath and the next. Douglas's exhalation became visible vapor. His fingers went numb around the camera. This was wrong. The Weather Service had predicted highs in the low 50s, typical early October in Glacier National Park. He checked his watch. 11:51 a.m. 4 minutes had passed since he'd stopped walking, and the ambient temperature had plummeted from comfortable to hypothermic. Frost formed on the upside-down tree roots. Impossible. Frost required sustained cold, required atmospheric conditions that took hours to develop, not seconds. Douglas watched ice crystals spread across bark in patterns that looked almost deliberate, almost like words. The frost was forming words in a language he didn't recognize. Syllables that hurt to look at, that made his optic nerves ache with the same quality as staring at the sun too long. Physiological response to unexpected stimulus, Douglas said aloud, his voice steady despite the tremor in his hands. Possible migraine aura, temporal lobe seizure activity, dehydration affecting visual processing. He'd been hiking for 6 hours searching for Parker Jensen, the 23-year-old seasonal ranger who'd missed 2 consecutive radio checks. Probably low blood sugar. Definitely not supernatural manifestation. The frost words pulsed once, bright enough to hurt, then the trees simply weren't there anymore. Not gradually, not fading. Between one blink and the next, the inverted pines ceased to exist and the trail continued normally ahead. Slight upward grade toward Ptarmigan Tunnel. Everything exactly as the topographic map indicated it should be. Douglas stood perfectly still for 30 seconds, his academic mind cataloging symptoms. Possible hallucination, possible gas exposure, possible early onset schizophrenia, though he had no family history. The camera showed 17 photos of normal forest. No inverted trees, no frost words. Just standard lodgepole pine growing in standard upward orientation. His hands had stopped shaking. The temperature had returned to the predicted 53 degrees. Everything was fine. Everything made sense. Except for the sound. Distant but getting closer, something large moving through the forest parallel to the trail. Not a bear. Douglas had encountered dozens of grizzlies in his 3 years at Glacier. Knew their gait, their breathing patterns, the specific way they disturbed undergrowth. This moved differently. Heavier, but somehow lighter. Footfalls that seemed to land in impossible intervals, like the thing crossing space in ways that didn't require consistent contact with ground. And underneath the footsteps, a sound like teeth chattering, like someone frozen beyond shivering. jaw clenching and unclenching in rapid spasm, bone clicking against bone with metronomic precision. Douglas had read the Blackfeet stories about Glacier's backcountry, had dismissed them as folklore, cultural explanations for natural phenomena that pre-scientific societies couldn't properly understand. The Wendigo legends particularly annoyed him. The idea that some cannibal spirit haunted the northern forests, that humans who ate human flesh transformed into skeletal monsters driven by insatiable hunger. Obvious cautionary tale about starvation cannibalism, nothing more. The cold association clearly stemmed from hypothermia's well-documented effects on cognition. The chattering sound stopped. Douglas's radio crackled. "Mackenzie, this is dispatch, requesting status update." He fumbled for the Motorola XPR on his belt, grateful for the connection to rational bureaucracy, to paperwork and protocols and things that made sense. "Dispatch, this is Mackenzie. Approximately 9 miles in on Ptarmigan Tunnel Trail. Still no sign of Jensen. Visibility good, weather holding. Continuing search." "Copy that. Be advised, temperatures dropping faster than predicted. Weather Service now calling for significant snowfall by 1800 hours. Consider turning back if you haven't located Jensen by 1500. Douglas checked his watch. 11:58 a.m. 3 hours to find Parker Jensen or abort the search and hike 9 miles back to the trailhead before a potentially dangerous early-season storm trapped him in the backcountry. His pack carried emergency supplies, but spending a night at elevation in October, snowfall wasn't optimal even with proper gear. "Understood. Will advise. Mackenzie out." The radio went dead. Not lost signal. The display showed full battery, correct channel. But when Douglas keyed the transmit button, nothing happened. He tried his backup frequencies. Silence. The Motorola had worked perfectly 30 seconds ago, and now simply refused to function. Equipment failure. Happened constantly in the field. Probably moisture in the connection ports. Douglas pulled out his backup communication device, a Garmin Rhino 120 that combined GPS with two-way radio capability. Top of the line for 2004, cost him $400 out of pocket because the Park Service budget hadn't covered it. The Rhino's screen showed his coordinates: 489247 degree N, 113.68 Naumwatig W, correct position for the Ptarmigan Tunnel Trail at mile 9. But the elevation readout flickered between 7,100 feet and impossible numbers, negative elevations, readings in the hundreds of thousands, then briefly showing an altitude of exactly 0 before resetting to correct elevation. Douglas had a PhD in geology from Stanford, had taught undergraduate courses in geomorphology, had published research on mountain formation in the Rockies, understood erosion and tectonics and the fundamental processes that created the landscape around him. Equipment malfunctions he could explain. Temperature anomalies could be rationalized. Brief hallucinations might indicate medical issues requiring attention, but didn't challenge the basic structure of reality. But standing on a trail in Glacier National Park in 2004, while his GPS insisted he was simultaneously at 7,000 feet and at the bottom of the ocean and in outer space, that suggested something had gone fundamentally wrong with either the equipment or his perception, or the basic laws governing physical existence. The chattering sound resumed, much closer now. Douglas turned slowly, scanning the forest. Dense lodgepole pine, typical undergrowth of huckleberry and beargrass. Terrain consistent with USGS surveys and his own extensive field experience. Nothing out of place, nothing moving. Then he saw the prints. 10 feet from the trail, pressed deep into soft earth. Footprints that started as human and became something else mid-step. The first print showed a normal boot tread, size 11 or 12. The second print was bare, elongated, toes stretched to impossible length. The impression so deep it suggested something far heavier than human weight. The third print was larger still, the toes transforming into what looked like claws, each digit leaving a furrow 8 inches long. The fourth print was missing because whatever left the first 3 had apparently decided walking was optional and had simply stepped into the air and continued upward into the canopy. Douglas photographed the prints with hands that had started shaking again. The camera's digital display showed the images clearly, progression from human to inhuman, from natural to impossible, documented evidence that would survive his potentially deteriorating mental state. Except when he reviewed the photos, they showed normal forest floor. No prints. The memory card insisted it was empty, despite showing 17 previous images. "Acute psychotic episode," Douglas said aloud, his voice steadier than he felt. "Possible toxic exposure. Possible." He trailed off, because even as he spoke, his eyes tracked movement in the canopy. Something massive pulling itself between trees that shouldn't support its weight, branches bending and not breaking under what physics insisted should snap them like toothpicks. He ran. Not a conscious decision. His body simply took over, academic reasoning overridden by something older and less concerned with logical consistency. Douglas ran back down the trail, boots pounding earth that felt increasingly uncertain beneath him, the forest blurring into gray-green smears as his peripheral vision began stuttering like corrupted video. Behind him, ahead of him, above him, the chattering intensified until it became a chorus, dozens of jaws clenching in harmony, creating a rhythm his heartbeat tried to match. Douglas's lungs burned. The air tasted wrong, carried flavors of old ice and older hunger, something that had been cold so long it had forgotten what warmth meant. He burst into a clearing and stopped so abruptly he nearly fell. Parker Jensen stood in the center of the clearing, 23 years old, seasonal ranger, backcountry hiking enthusiast, amateur wildlife photographer. Douglas had met him twice during orientation, remembered a cheerful kid from Bozeman, excited about the position, talking enthusiastically about getting shots of mountain goats in the high country. The thing in the clearing wore Parker Jensen's uniform, but stood wrong, joints bending in sequences that suggested his skeleton had been disassembled and imperfectly reassembled with extra pieces. His head cocked at an angle that would have snapped a normal neck, his mouth hung open wider than human jaw structure allowed, and from that gaping mouth came the chattering, Parker's teeth clicking together so rapidly they blurred. "Douglas Mackenzie." Parker's voice emerged underneath the chattering, both sounds occupying the same acoustic space impossibly. The scientist, the denier, the man who writes such confident words about things he cannot begin to comprehend. Douglas's training insisted he should be documenting this, recording observations, collecting data. Instead, he stood frozen while every rational framework he'd built his career on collapsed like a controlled demolition. "Parker?" His voice cracked. "What happened to you?" The thing wearing Parker smiled, and the expression was so wrong that Douglas's visual cortex briefly shut down, his brain refusing to process what it saw. Parker ate. Parker was so hungry after 3 days lost in the high country. Found the hiker who'd fallen in the crevasse, been there for weeks, preserved by the cold. Parker told himself it was survival, told himself rescue was coming, told himself it was just meat, just protein, just staying alive. The temperature plummeted again. Douglas's breath became frozen clouds. Ice formed on Parker's uniform, spreading across fabric in geometric patterns that looked almost like the symbols Douglas had seen in that research paper about Algonquian pictographs, the one he'd dismissed as cultural anthropology nonsense. "But meat that was human changes things," Parker continued, his voice dropping to a whisper while the chattering intensified. "Opens doors, breaks seals, invites things into the space where your soul used to live. Now Parker is so hungry, Douglas, so incredibly, impossibly hungry. And it doesn't matter how much he eats because the hunger is the thing itself, is the spirit that lives in men who break the oldest law." Douglas's geology training finally provided something useful. Run from the fucking monster. He turned and sprinted into the forest, abandoning the trail, crashing through undergrowth while behind him Parker laughed, a sound like ice calving from glaciers, massive and wrong and getting closer. The forest changed as Douglas ran. Trees grew at impossible angles, their bark flowing like water, their branches reaching and grasping. The ground became uncertain, solid earth transitioning to something that felt more like suggestion than substance. His boots splashed through puddles that shouldn't exist this high up, water that was somehow frozen and liquid simultaneously. He burst through a stand of pines and nearly fell into a ravine that didn't exist on any map. 100-foot drop to a creek that ran uphill, water defying gravity as casually as the trees had defied it earlier. On the opposite side of the ravine, a figure stood watching. Not Parker. Older woman, Blackfeet features, wearing traditional dress that looked simultaneously ancient and freshly made. She raised one hand, palm out, and spoke in a language Douglas didn't understand but somehow knew was Ojibwe, the same language family as the Frost words, the same linguistic root as the Wendigo legends he'd spent years dismissing. "You cannot run from truth," she said, and Douglas understood despite the foreign words. "You cannot think your way free from what hunts you. The rational mind is a candle against a forest fire when the Wendigo walks." "This isn't real," Douglas gasped. "Hallucination, gas exposure, migraine, psychotic break. Denial is a luxury the dead cannot afford." The woman gestured behind him. "It comes, the one who ate and became eaten, the hunger that walks on two legs and wears familiar faces. You must choose, scientist. Do you die insisting the impossible cannot exist? Or do you live by accepting that your understanding was always incomplete?" Douglas turned. Parker stood 20 feet away, but Parker was changing, growing, his skeleton expanding with sounds like branches snapping, his skin stretching and tearing, revealing something underneath that looked like winter given form. Elongated limbs, emaciated torso, antlers erupting from a skull that was no longer remotely human. The Wendigo. The actual, literal, impossible Wendigo from Algonquian legend. The thing that lived in the spaces between starvation and survival. The thing that transformed men into monsters when they crossed the line from human to cannibal. Douglas's academic mind supplied facts even as his primal brain screamed. Wendigo mythology documented across Ojibwe, Cree, Innu, and related cultures. Described as skeletal giants with hearts of ice. Associated with insatiable hunger, with consuming victims and growing larger with each meal. Said to possess humans who engaged in cannibalism, transforming them into creatures of pure appetite. All folklore, all cultural metaphor, all impossible. The Wendigo opened its mouth, Parker's mouth but elongated, filled with teeth that looked like icicles, and screamed. The sound was hunger-given voice, was the cry of everything that had ever starved, was cold and want, and endless consumption compressed into acoustic form. Douglas fell to his knees, hands pressed to ears that couldn't block out the sound because it wasn't really sound. Was something that bypassed auditory processing and went straight to the hindbrain, straight to the parts that remembered being prey. The woman across the ravine spoke again, her voice somehow cutting through the Wendigo's scream. The spirit world bleeds through in the thin places. The boundary weakens when blood is shed, when taboos are broken, when the modern world forgets the old warnings. You stand in such a place, scientist. The park you think you know is built on land that remembers older laws. Will you learn? Or will you feed? The Wendigo lunged. Douglas rolled sideways, purely instinctive, and felt claws. Actual physical claws that couldn't exist but absolutely did. Rake across his pack, shredding nylon like tissue paper. His gear spilled across the ground. Sleeping bag, camp stove, first aid kit. Useless electronic devices that insisted reality was consistent and measurable. He scrambled to his feet and ran again. No destination, just movement, just the desperate animal drive to escape predation. The forest had become a nightmare landscape, trees growing in spirals, the ground rising and falling in waves like the earth was breathing. Above, the sky flickered between normal October overcast and something else. A darkness that looked less like nighttime and more like the absence of existence, like reality had simply stopped bothering to render that section of universe. Douglas burst through a stand of aspens and stopped. He was back at the clearing, same spot. But the Blackfeet woman now stood where Parker had been, and Parker, the thing that had been Parker, circled the clearing's perimeter with predatory patience. "Time is negotiable here," the woman said. "Space folds. The Wendigo exists partially outside your linear perception. You cannot outrun it because you're still thinking in terms of distance and duration. The spirit world has different rules." "Then what do I do?" Douglas was shaking, his entire body vibrating with adrenaline and terror and the cognitive dissonance of experiencing something that shouldn't exist. How do I survive? Survive? The woman's expression suggested the question revealed his fundamental misunderstanding. This isn't about survival, Mackenzie. This is about whether you continue to die slowly, denying truth until it consumes you, or whether you accept what you've spent your life refusing to see. The Wendigo screamed again, and this time Douglas felt the sound physically, felt it trying to pull something out of him. His warmth, his life, the basic heat that separated living tissue from frozen meat. His fingers went numb. Ice formed on his eyelashes. The temperature was impossible. Had to be -40 or colder, cold that should kill in minutes. The Wendigo is hunger, the woman continued, but also truth. It shows you what you really are beneath the comfortable lies. Parker Jensen broke a taboo and invited it in, but you invited it too, Mackenzie. Every time you dismissed the sacred as superstition, every time you reduced mystery to geology, every time you stood on native land and declared the ancestors were ignorant, you opened doors you didn't believe existed. I can't, this isn't. Douglas's vocabulary, his carefully constructed academic language, was failing. Words were inadequate. Rationality was inadequate. Everything he'd built his identity on was inadequate. The Wendigo moved closer. Douglas could see Parker still in there, could see the young man's face visible beneath the skeletal mask, his eyes wide and aware, and trapped inside the hunger that wore him like clothes. "Help me." Parker's voice emerged, thin and desperate beneath the chattering. "It's so cold, Douglas. I'm so hungry. It doesn't stop. The hunger doesn't stop. I ate my own fingers trying to make it stop, and they grew back, and I ate them again, and it just gets worse. Please, please kill me. Please end this." Douglas's hand moved to his bear spray, useless against a spirit, against something that existed partially outside physical reality. The Wendigo laughed, the sound like ice cracking, and lunged again. But this time Douglas didn't run. Some part of him, the part that still believed in cause and effect, in measurable phenomena, in the scientific method, that part finally broke, shattered completely. And in the space where rational certainty had lived, something else emerged. Vision. Not hallucination. Vision. He saw the forest as it really was, as it had always been beneath the reassuring overlay of topographic maps and trail markers and National Park Service signage. Saw the thin places where the spirit world pressed against the physical. Saw the boundaries that weren't walls but membranes, permeable and shifting. Saw the Wendigo not as a creature but as a principle, a cosmic constant, the universe's response to the breaking of fundamental laws. And he saw himself. Saw Douglas Mackenzie as he truly was, not a scientist bringing light to superstitious darkness, but a man so terrified of the inexplicable that he'd built walls of equations and academic credentials to hide from anything that didn't fit his narrow comprehension. The vision expanded. He saw Parker Jensen's last days, lost in the high country, rationing food that ran out too quickly, finding the body in the crevasse, telling himself it was survival, taking that first bite, and feeling something ancient and hungry recognize the invitation, feeling the door open and the cold thing slide in. He saw the Blackfeet woman, not as she appeared now, but as she'd been 50 years ago, 70, 100. The same person watching the same thin places, keeping the same vigils, speaking the same warnings that men like Douglas Mackenzie never listened to. He saw the land itself, Glacier National Park as it existed before that name, before any European names, when the Blackfeet knew it as places where spirits walk, respected it, understood that some spaces belonged to things older than humanity, and he saw his own death. Not now, not here, but eventually, inevitable. The ego death required to accept that he'd been wrong about everything fundamental. Could see two paths: keep denying and let the Wendigo take him, transform him into another hunger spirit stalking these mountains, or accept the truth and become something different entirely. The vision ended with the woman's voice. "Choose, Mackenzie. Die as you lived, insisting the impossible isn't real. Or humble yourself and live with the knowledge that you understand almost nothing about the world you walk through. Douglas looked at the Wendigo, at the thing wearing Parker Jensen like a coat. Looked at the woman who might be human, or might be something else using a human shape to communicate with someone still trapped in linear thinking. Looked at his hands, at the Garmin GPS that showed impossible elevations, at the camera full of photos that documented nothing, because reality didn't translate to digital format when you were standing in places where reality was optional. "I was wrong," he said quietly. The words cost him everything: his career, his reputation, his carefully constructed identity as a man who knew things, who understood things, who could explain things. "I was wrong about all of it. The Wendigo is real. The spirit world is real. The warnings were true and I dismissed them because I was afraid of not understanding." The temperature rose 30 degrees in a single heartbeat. The Wendigo stopped moving. Parker's face became more visible beneath the skeletal mask, his expression confused like someone waking from a nightmare. "Acceptance opens different doors," the woman said. "Humility creates space for new understanding. You cannot unknow what you've seen, Mackenzie, but you can choose what you do with that knowledge." Douglas stood on shaking legs. "Parker, can he be saved? He ate human flesh, broke the deepest taboo. The Wendigo won't release him completely, but with help, with proper ceremony, with understanding that some wounds require spiritual medicine rather than physical, perhaps he can be bound, contained, prevented from spreading." "How?" The woman smiled. "By admitting you need help, by asking for it, by setting aside the arrogance that insisted you knew better than thousands of years of accumulated wisdom." Douglas pulled out his radio. Still dead. The GPS still showed impossible readings. His camera still contained no evidence. But the woman was right. He needed help beyond anything his Park Service training provided. "I need help," he said aloud. "I don't know what I'm doing. I don't understand what's happening. I need someone who knows how to deal with this." The woman nodded. "First truth you've spoken in years. Come. We bind the hunger spirit before it spreads. You watch. You learn. You begin to understand that the world is larger and stranger than your textbooks admitted." She turned and walked into the forest. Douglas followed, leaving his ruined pack behind, leaving his equipment and his certainty and his comfortable denials. Behind them, the Wendigo, the thing that had been Parker Jensen, made a sound that might have been relief or might have been grief. It followed too, bound now by something Douglas didn't understand but could feel, could sense the way animals sense approaching storms. They walked for hours, though Douglas's watch insisted only minutes had passed. The forest changed with each step, becoming more itself, more wild, more true. He saw things moving between the trees that might have been animals, or might have been spirits, or might have been both simultaneously, saw patterns in the bark that resolved into faces when viewed from the right angle, heard whispers in Ojibwe, in Cree, in languages that predated language. They reached a clearing Douglas recognized from his maps, Helen Lake, elevation 7,100 feet. But the lake he saw didn't match the topographic surveys. This lake was older, deeper, its surface reflecting not the sky above but something else, somewhere else. The woman began to speak in Ojibwe, her voice creating harmonics that suggested multiple people speaking in unison. She moved through the clearing in patterns that looked like dance but felt like mathematics, like she was solving an equation in three-dimensional space. The Wendigo followed her movements, the thing that wore Parker responding to rhythms older than written history. Slowly, impossibly, the skeletal form began to compress to diminish Parker's human shape, becoming more visible as the hunger spirit was forced back, bound by words and movement and understanding that existed completely outside Douglas's academic framework. It took 3 hours. Might have taken 3 minutes. Time was negotiable in this place, in the thin spaces where the spirit world bled through. When it ended, Parker Jensen lay on the ground, human again but changed, his eyes holding knowledge that Douglas suspected would never leave him. The woman knelt beside him, placed her hand on his forehead, and spoke words that sounded like forgiveness and warning and instruction all at once. "He will need ceremony," she said to Douglas. "Proper spiritual cleansing. The hunger is bound but not gone. He cannot be left alone, cannot be sent back to normal life. Will your park service understand?" Douglas thought about the reports he'd need to file, the explanations he'd need to provide, the career implications of admitting he'd witnessed shamanic binding of a Wendigo spirit. Thought about his blog, his published papers, his reputation as a rational skeptic. "No," he admitted. "They won't understand. I didn't understand. But you do now. That's a beginning." The woman stood. "The Blackfeet have protocols for this, for people who've crossed the boundary and can't fully return. We will care for him. But you have different work now, Mackenzie." "What work?" "You've seen the truth, seen the spirit world, witnessed what your science says can't exist. You can go back, tell no one, let people think Parker simply got lost and went mad. Keep your comfortable life, or you can do the harder thing. Which is? Speak truthfully. Write honestly. Admit you were wrong. Help others understand that the world is stranger and more sacred than modern thinking admits. Accept that you'll be ridiculed, dismissed, called crazy by people who sound exactly like you did a week ago." Douglas looked at Parker, at the broken young man who'd eaten forbidden flesh and paid a price that science couldn't measure. Looked at the lake that reflected impossible spaces. Looked at his hands, still shaking, still trying to process everything his brain insisted couldn't have happened. "I'll speak truthfully," he said quietly. "I don't know if anyone will listen, but I'll try." The woman smiled. "That's all the spirits ask. Honest witness. Humble recognition that human understanding is always incomplete. Now come. We need to get Parker to proper healers, and you need to get back to the trailhead before you're reported missing." They walked back through the forest, and with each step the world became more normal, more familiar, reality solidifying around them like water freezing into ice. By the time they reached the trail, Douglas's watch showed reasonable time progression. His GPS showed correct elevation. His radio crackled to life with dispatch asking for a status update. "This is Mackenzie," he said into the radio. "I found Jensen. He's alive but needs immediate medical and spiritual support. Requesting emergency evac at Ptarmigan Tunnel trailhead." "Copy that. What's his condition?" Douglas looked at Parker, who stared at nothing, who shivered despite the reasonable temperature, who'd been touched by hunger that couldn't be satisfied and cold that couldn't be warmed. "Complicated," Douglas said. "You'll need to contact the Blackfeet tribal authorities. This is beyond standard SR protocols." The pause suggested confusion. "Say again, Mackenzie? Tribal authorities?" "Trust me on this, call them. Ask for someone who understands spiritual emergencies. They'll know what that means." Another pause. "Copy. We'll relay. ETA for standard evac is 2 hours." "Understood." Mackenzie out. The woman was already fading, becoming less solid, less present. "We'll be watching," she said. "Helping where we can. Parker will be cared for. You, remember what you saw. Write it truthfully. Accept the consequences." Then she was gone, simply wasn't there anymore. And Douglas stood on a normal trail in a normal forest with a traumatized young ranger who'd eaten human flesh and been possessed by a Wendigo spirit, and absolutely no way to explain any of this that wouldn't sound like complete psychotic break. The evac team arrived 90 minutes later. They stabilized Parker, asked questions Douglas couldn't answer, made worried notes about potential psychiatric issues. The Blackfeet authorities showed up 30 minutes after that. A healer and 2 men who took one look at Parker and nodded like they'd seen this before, like they knew exactly what had happened. They took Parker away in their vehicle, not the hospital ambulance, and the lead paramedic looked confused but didn't argue. Douglas suspected strings had been pulled, calls had been made, old agreements between the Park Service and the tribal authorities had been invoked. He hiked out alone as sunset painted the mountains gold and purple. His camera held no evidence, His GPS showed normal data. His radio functioned perfectly. Everything suggested nothing impossible had occurred. Except Douglas knew, had seen, had witnessed the thin place where the spirit world pressed through, where the Wendigo walked, where all his comfortable certainties had shattered like ice under spring sun. 3 days later, sitting in his ranger station office, he opened his laptop and navigated to Rational Wilderness, his blog dedicated to debunking supernatural claims in the wilderness. He deleted every post. In their place, he wrote a single new entry. I was wrong. For 15 years, I've dismissed indigenous knowledge, sacred traditions, and spiritual understanding as superstition. I've insisted that science could explain everything, that the supernatural was simply the not yet explained natural. I was arrogant, dismissive, and fundamentally incorrect. I cannot prove what I experienced in Glacier National Park. My equipment captured no evidence, no photographs, no recordings, nothing that would satisfy the scientific method I've worshipped my entire career. But I know what I saw. I witnessed the Wendigo. I spoke with spirits. I stood in places where the boundary between worlds is thin, where the rules governing reality become negotiable. This will cost me professionally, will cost me personally. I accept that. Because the alternative, continuing to deny truth, continuing to dismiss wisdom simply because it doesn't fit Western empirical frameworks, that cost is higher. To the Blackfeet elder who walked out of my lecture last month, you were right. I was wrong. I'm sorry. To anyone reading this who thinks I've lost my mind, I understand. I would have thought the same thing a week ago. All I can say is, stay humble, stay open. Understand that indigenous peoples across the world have maintained traditions, warnings, and knowledge for thousands of years not because they were ignorant, but because they understood things that modern science is only beginning to glimpse. The Wendigo is real. The spirit world is real. The sacred spaces are real. Deny them at your peril. He posted it. Watch the comment section explode within hours. Former colleagues expressing concern. Blog subscribers leaving angry messages. Academic contacts quietly distancing themselves. His department chair at Montana State sent a terse email suggesting he take a leave of absence. Seek professional help. Perhaps reconsider his public statements. Douglas deleted the email and kept writing. About the thin places in Glacier, about the protocols for respecting sacred land, about the importance of listening to indigenous knowledge keepers. The blog lost 90% of its subscribers within a week, but gained different readers, people who'd experienced things they couldn't explain. Native Americans who appreciated seeing their traditions validated by a former skeptic. Researchers working on the edges of consciousness studies, parapsychology, areas where the Western scientific framework began showing cracks. A month after the incident, Douglas received a letter, handwritten, postmarked from the Blackfeet Reservation. Inside, a single sentence in Ojibwe, followed by English translation, "The one who was lost has been found. He walks between worlds now, neither fully spirit nor fully human, but the hunger is bound. Thank you for your humility, Mackenzie. The spirits notice." No signature. Douglas folded the letter carefully and placed it in his desk drawer. The only evidence he kept of the day reality proved more complex than his textbooks admitted. He continued working as a ranger, continued hiking the backcountry, but differently now. With respect. With recognition that the land belonged to something older than the National Park Service, older than the United States, older than European contact. He avoided the thin places when he could, and when he couldn't, when duty required investigating remote areas, when hikers went missing in sections of the park that the Blackfeet specifically warned about. He went prepared not with scientific equipment, but with humility, with tobacco offerings, with acknowledgement that he was a guest in spaces governed by rules he barely understood. Sometimes, hiking alone in the high country, he'd hear the chattering, distant, moving between trees with that impossible gait, the Wendigo or others like it, still walking the mountains, still hunting in the spaces where hunger and cold and violation of taboo created conditions for their existence. but the sound didn't terrify him anymore. Just reminded him that he understood almost nothing about the world, and that was okay. That was true. That was the beginning of actual wisdom rather than the false certainty he'd confused with knowledge for so many years. Douglas Mackenzie, former skeptic, former debunker, former rational scientist, walked through the wilderness with open eyes and humble heart, bearing witness to mysteries he'd never solve but could finally respect. The upside-down trees remained in his memory, clearer than any photograph. A reminder that reality was negotiable in the thin places, that the impossible was simply the not yet understood, and that sometimes the only rational response to the truly inexplicable was to admit defeat and keep learning. Hope you felt genuine terror. If you appreciate authentic horror rooted in real folklore, consider following for more stories. Which moment scared you most? Share your theory about what happened. David Ramirez watched a coyote stand upright, shed its skin like a coat, and walk into the moonlight as a man. Not metaphorically. Not hallucination or heat shimmer or misidentified wildlife. The animal's front legs elongated into arms with a sound like green wood splitting, spine cracking vertical with wet pops, fur peeling away in sheets to reveal human musculature beneath. The thing that had been coyote turned its head, still wrong, neck rotating too far, and looked directly at David with eyes that held understanding, malice, and something that might have been recognition. His GoPro Hero 6 captured every frame in 4K clarity. 3 hours earlier, David had been explaining to his YouTube audience why skinwalkers were culturally significant folklore with zero empirical basis. The video, episode 47 of Debunking the Wild, had already garnered 12,000 views and 300 comments, most accusing him of cultural insensitivity. David didn't care. Facts didn't require sensitivity. Science didn't apologize for contradicting superstition. He'd built an entire career on that principle. PhD in environmental science from Berkeley, published author of Myth-Busting the Wilderness, consultant for a dozen television programs dedicated to exposing paranormal fraud. His YouTube channel had 200,000 subscribers who appreciated his methodical destruction of cryptid claims, haunted forest stories, and what he called the profitable ignorance industry. The Navajo skinwalker mythology had been on his list for years. Shape-shifting witches, cursed transformations, all the classic hallmarks of pre-scientific cultures trying to explain the unexplainable. Canyon de Chelly seemed like the perfect location for a definitive takedown. Sacred to the Navajo, steeped in tradition, actively used for ceremonies that park rangers were legally forbidden from documenting. David had spent 6 months negotiating permits, finding a guide willing to take him into restricted areas, arranging permissions that technically didn't allow what he planned to do, but granted enough access to be useful. Jordan Hayes had been that guide. 28 years old, Navajo, raised on the reservation, worked for the National Park Service as a cultural liaison. She'd taken the job reluctantly, made clear her objections to David's disrespectful project, but ultimately accepted because the Park Service had assigned her, and she needed the work. Their relationship had been professionally cold. She'd answered his questions with minimum detail, refused to discuss specific ceremonies, and warned him repeatedly about showing proper respect. "There are places we don't go after dark," she'd said on the second day, pointing toward the canyon's eastern rim where sandstone walls rose 800 feet straight up. Not because of park regulations, because it's not safe. "Bears?" David had asked, knowing the answer. "Worse." He'd smiled, patronizing. "Skinwalkers?" Jordan's expression had gone carefully neutral. People who don't respect warnings tend to find out why they existed. That had been yesterday afternoon. Jordan had left their camp at Spider Rock after dinner, said she needed to perform a blessing before entering certain areas tomorrow. Standard cultural protocol, she'd explained. Would take maybe an hour. David should stay at camp, keep the fire going, not wander off. She hadn't returned. David had waited 2 hours before calling it in to park dispatch. The ranger station had responded with concern but not alarm. Guides sometimes extended ceremonies if the spiritual work required it. Sometimes stayed overnight at sacred sites to complete protocols. Give it until morning. If she wasn't back by dawn, they'd initiate search procedures. David had given it until 2 a.m. before his academic ego overruled his common sense. Jordan clearly didn't want him documenting wherever she'd gone, which meant it was probably exactly the kind of authentic ritual site his viewers would love to see debunked. He'd equipped himself with the essentials. Garmin InReach Explorer Plus clipped to his belt, GoPro Hero 6 mounted to his chest harness, iPhone X at 90% battery, Petzl headlamp, and the kind of confidence that came from never encountering anything science couldn't explain. The tracking had been easy. Jordan's footprints in October sand led northeast, away from the established trails, toward the canyon section marked on his maps as culturally sensitive, access restricted. Perfect. David had filmed the entire hike, narrating for his audience about pursuing authentic documentation despite local resistance to scientific inquiry. He'd found Jordan's backpack first, abandoned beside a seep spring, contents scattered like she'd left in a hurry, radio still inside which violated every safety protocol, her GPS unit showing low battery, and carved into the sandstone beside the spring, symbols that David photographed extensively, probably modern graffiti styled to look ancient, he'd theorized to the camera, easy to fake for tourists or, more cynically, to maintain mystique around restricted areas. The coyote had appeared 10 minutes later. David had noticed it watching from a rock outcrop, eyes reflecting his headlamp with that characteristic green shine. Nothing unusual. Coyotes were common in the canyon, especially near water sources. He'd filmed it, zoomed in, started explaining coyote behavior patterns and why primitive cultures might misattribute human characteristics to canid behavior. Then it had stood up. The video showed everything. David had watched it 3 times already, hands shaking, and the footage didn't lie. Couldn't lie. 4K resolution, 60 frames per second, image stabilization compensating for his trembling. The transformation took 18 seconds from first movement to complete human form. The abandoned skin lay on the rock like shed clothes, fur matted and empty. The figure, impossible to call it human despite the shape, descended from the outcrop with movements that suggested recent acquisition of bipedal locomotion, like someone remembering how legs worked. It wore Jordan's face, not perfectly. The proportions were subtly wrong, eyes spaced slightly too far apart, mouth a fraction too wide, but recognizably her features, her build, her hair. It even wore approximations of her clothing, though David's scientific mind couldn't begin to explain how transformation included garment synthesis. Dr. Ramirez, it said. Jordan's voice, but with harmonics underneath, multiple vocal cords producing slightly different frequencies that created a nauseating vibrato. You wanted documentation, are you documenting? David's mouth had gone dry. His hand found the InReach's SOS button, muscle memory from safety training. Press and hold for 3 seconds to activate emergency satellite beacon. Rangers would come. Help would come. This was explainable, had to be explainable. Some kind of elaborate hoax or neurological episode or... The thing wearing Jordan's face moved faster than his eyes could track. One moment 20 feet away, the next directly in front of him, close enough that he could smell something like wet dog mixed with copper. Its hand, too many knuckles, fingers bending backward, closed around his wrist. No calling, it said. Not yet. First you learn, then you become. David tried to pull away. The grip was absolute, crushing. Bones ground together. His academic brain cataloged the impossibility even through pain. Human grip strength averaged 70-90 psi. This felt like industrial machinery. The thing's other hand reached up, touched his forehead with one elongated finger, and David's world inverted. He was standing on the rock outcrop looking down at himself. No, he was the coyote, brain somehow transplanted into canid neural architecture, experiencing reality through different sensory hierarchies. Smell dominated everything. 1,000 scents painting the canyon in olfactory detail his human consciousness couldn't properly interpret. He tried to scream and produced a yip, tried to run and felt 4 legs responding to instincts he didn't possess. Then he was back in his body, gasping, the thing's hand still touching his forehead. "You understand now," it said, not a question. "Perspective is gift. Flesh is negotiable. Your science has no words for what we are." It released him. David collapsed, GoPro still recording, mind fragmenting, trying to reconcile what he'd experienced. Hallucination. Had to be. Drugged water supply. Jordan dosing him with something hallucinogenic to teach him a lesson about respecting Navajo culture. Except the video would show objective reality when he reviewed it later, would prove whether this was internal or external, subjective or real. The thing smiled with Jordan's mouth. "Real Dr. Ramirez is still alive. For now, she watches from where we put her, conscious, aware, unable to stop us wearing her shape. Would you like to know how that feels? To be passenger in your own flesh?" "This isn't possible," David heard himself say. Academic reflex, clinging to framework. Shape-shifting violates conservation of mass. Energy requirements would be, your physics is description, not prescription. Universe doesn't care about your equations. We existed before your words for us. We'll exist after. The thing tilted its head, still wrong, neck rotating 30 degrees past human range. "You came seeking to debunk. Instead, you'll demonstrate. Your audience will learn truth." It reached for him again. David ran. Pure survival instinct overriding intellect, legs pumping before conscious decision. The canyon at night was maze of shadows and sandstone, his headlamp beam bouncing wildly. Behind him, sounds of pursuit. Not human footsteps, but something that started bipedal and transitioned mid-stride into four-legged gallop. Coyote again, or something between, hunting with predator efficiency. His in-reach had GPS tracking active. Breadcrumb trail back to camp, clearly marked. David followed it blindly, breath burning in his throat. Altitude and adrenaline combining into physiological emergency. The Garmin showed 0.8 miles to camp. Achievable. Had to be achievable. Something hit him from the side with force that should have shattered ribs. David went down hard, skidded across sand and rock, felt skin tear away from his left arm. The thing landed on his chest, crushing weight, and he was looking up into his own face. Not Jordan's face now. His. Perfect replication down to the 3-day stubble and the scar above his left eyebrow from a childhood bicycle accident. The thing wearing his face grinned with his mouth. "Better fit," it said in his voice. "Your shape has power, your authority, your audience." It leaned closer, breath smelling like rotted meat. "We'll use it well." David felt pressure against his consciousness, like someone pushing into a space meant for one. The thing wasn't wearing him yet. It wore his face over its own wrongness, but he could feel intention, preparation, the spiritual equivalent of measuring for clothes. His mind recoiled, pulling inward, and for a moment he felt Jordan's presence. Another consciousness trapped somewhere in the dark, screaming without voice. Then the pressure released. The thing stood, still wearing David's face but body language alien, predatory. "Not ready yet. Need proper ceremony, proper transfer. You'll participate." It gestured toward the canyon rim. "Walk. We'll show you the place." David didn't move. Couldn't. Fear had locked his muscles, academic framework completely shattered. Everything he'd built his career on, material realism, empirical methodology, scientific naturalism, lay in ruins. This thing existed, violated every law he knew, and wore faces like masks, could apparently transfer consciousness, operated on rules that physics didn't account for. "Walk," it repeated, still using his voice. "Or we take your shape now, incomplete, and you spend eternity aware but unable to control even your breathing." He walked. The path led to structures David hadn't seen on any maps. Ancient, ancestral Puebloan, maybe, or older. Stone rooms built into the canyon wall, accessible only via hand-carved ladder rungs that had to be centuries old. The thing climbed with disturbing agility, David's face grinning down at him from above, beckoning. Inside the largest room, David found what was left of Jordan Hayes. She sat against the far wall, physically intact but eyes rolled back, breathing shallow, alive, conscious in some nightmare sense, trapped behind her own eyes while something else operated her flesh from outside. Her fingers twitched occasionally, attempts at movement that never completed. Drool ran from one corner of her mouth. "She fights still," the thing said, David's voice echoing in the stone chamber. "Strong will, but will doesn't matter. We took her at the spring, during blessing, interrupted the protection ceremony. Easy then. Opened, vulnerable, spirit outward focused. We stepped in. She's been watching us use her for hours. Fascinating, the human mind. Doesn't break, just compresses, makes room." David knelt beside Jordan, checked her pulse. Strong. Steady. Medically, she appeared fine. Just absent. Evicted from herself. His hands shook, touching her wrist. The GoPro continued recording everything, the thing said. "Document it. Show your audience. They should understand what happens to those who disrespect sacred boundaries. You came seeking truth. This is truth. We are Yi Nald Lushi, skinwalkers in your language. We violated taboos to gain this power, killed close kin, performed forbidden ceremonies, spoke words that shouldn't be spoken, and we received gift of flesh change, skinwalk, body theft. We are Navajo tradition's warning made manifest." It crouched beside David, still wearing his face, close enough that he could see the wrongness in the eyes. Pupils that didn't quite dilate correctly, capillaries arranged in subtly non-human patterns. You spend career explaining away mystery. Now mystery explains you away. You'll be vessel. We'll use your authority, your platform, your 200,000 followers. Spread truth. Show them real transformation. Live on camera. They'll watch Dr. David Ramirez become something else. Perfect documentation. David's mind raced through options. Attack. Futile. The thing had already demonstrated impossible strength. Run. Where? It could track, could chase in forms faster than human. Call for help. His in-reach was gone, must have fallen during the chase. iPhone still in his pocket, but no signal this deep in the canyon. The GoPro recorded everything but couldn't transmit. Footage would only exist if he survived to retrieve it. "When?" he asked. Stalling. Trying to think. Dawn. Need sunrise for proper ceremony. Transfer works best with solar transition. Darkness to light. Old flesh to new. You have maybe 2 hours. Should prepare. Make peace. Say goodbye to being singular. The thing stood, walked to the chamber entrance, stood silhouetted against night sky. "We'll wait outside. Give you time with the guide." She can't speak, but she hears. Might want to apologize for the disrespect, for the mockery, for learning too late that some traditions exist for reasons beyond superstition. It left. David heard it moving on the ledge outside, pacing, patient. Jordan's eyes tracked him. Aware. Imprisoned. David moved directly into her line of sight, made sure the GoPro captured both of them clearly. If this footage survived, if someone found it, they needed to understand. "I'm sorry," he said. Inadequate. Meaningless. "You warned me. I didn't listen. I thought I knew better. Thought science had all the answers. I was wrong. So completely wrong." Jordan's finger twitched. Deliberate. 3 taps against the stone floor. Conscious communication, using the minimal control she still possessed. David watched carefully. 3 more taps. Pattern emerging. Morse code? No, simpler. She was pointing, subtle movement, toward something behind him. David turned. The chamber's back wall showed more carvings. Not graffiti, genuine ancient work, deeper and more weathered than the symbols at the spring. He'd dismissed them earlier as anthropologically interesting but irrelevant. Now, studying them with the GoPro's light, he recognized Navajo iconography he'd seen in academic journals, protection symbols, binding patterns. And at the center, instructions in what looked like Spanish influenced by indigenous language, colonial-era translation of indigenous practice. The text described containment, How to trap Yi and Aldlushi using their own power against them. Required specific components. Silver, sage, and most critically, the Skinwalker's true name spoken at moment of transformation. The name they'd possessed before the taboo, before the violation, when they were still human. Speak it during flesh change and the process would reverse, tear them back into original form, bind them there permanently. David's academic training kicked in despite terror. This was ethnographic data, cultural knowledge preserved across centuries. The colonial Spaniards who'd recorded it must have witnessed skinwalker activity, documented Navajo defensive practices. The instructions were precise, detailed, written by someone who'd seen these methods work. Silver. He had his belt buckle, gift from his ex-wife, sterling silver. Sage, none available, but perhaps not strictly necessary given the specificity of other requirements. The true name. That was the problem. How could he possibly know what this thing had been called before its transformation, before it became something else? Jordan's eyes widened. She'd watched him read, understood his thoughts. Her finger began moving again, dragging through the dust coating the stone floor. Letters, painfully slow, fighting whatever possessed her for every motion. D-A-H. The thing returned before she could finish. Time to prepare, it announced. David's voice cheerful, obscene given context. Ceremony requires specific arrangement. You'll kneel here. We'll stand behind. At sunrise, we speak words, perform transfer. Your consciousness goes into darkness. Ours takes your flesh. Simple, elegant. Your followers watch the best episode of Debunking the Wild ever produced. The debunker debunked, remade, improved. It pulled David to his feet, positioned him at the chamber's center, directly beneath the opening in the roof where sunrise would enter. The sky beyond was showing first gray hints of coming dawn. Maybe 40 minutes left. Any final scientific observations? The thing asked, mockery evident. Any equations to explain this? Theories to encompass your upcoming transformation? Perhaps YouTube comment about how it's all camera tricks and clever editing? David's hand found his belt buckle. Silver. Real. He unfastened it slowly, pretending to adjust his pants, palming the metal. The thing watched but didn't seem concerned. What threat could belt buckle possibly pose? Jordan's finger continued moving in the dust. D-A-H-Y-I. What was your name? David asked suddenly. Before, when you were human, before you chose this. The thing laughed. His laugh. Bold question for someone about to cease existing. Names have power. We don't share. Navajo tradition says skinwalkers were people once. You had family, community, identity. What did they call you? They called us traitor. Witch. Violator of sacred law. We killed them. All. Took their skins too, eventually. Whole bloodline erased so no one could speak the name that bound us. The thing crouched beside him, David's face centimeters from his own. You'll never know it. Your bargaining position is 0. Your life ends at sunrise regardless. Jordan's hand completed the word. Da-yi-itso-h. David saw it in peripheral vision, letters in dust barely visible in pre-dawn light. Da-yi-itso, Navajo name, probably translating to something specific, some characteristic or family designation. Jordan somehow knew it, must have recognized this particular skinwalker from tribal history, from warnings passed down through generations. He had the name, had silver, needed only to wait for the transformation moment, for the instant when the thing transferred from its current shape into complete occupation of David's body. The instructions specified moment of flesh change, the ceremony's peak, when one form released and another assumed, when the skinwalker was most vulnerable. Dawn crept closer. The thing began positioning itself behind David, hands on his shoulders, chanting in language David didn't recognize. Navajo words corrupted, twisted, used for purposes opposite their original intent. He could feel the pressure again, consciousness invasion beginning, probing at the edges of his mind seeking entry points. The silver belt buckle pressed against his palm. David closed his eyes, trying to center himself, maintain identity boundaries against the incoming tide. The thing's chanting intensified. Sunrise touched the chamber's eastern edge. David felt himself beginning to compress. Jordan had been right. The mind didn't break. It made room, consciousness squeezing into smaller and smaller space as something vast and alien pushed inward. He could feel the thing's memories bleeding in. Centuries of wearing different skins. Hunting, killing, the sensation of flesh reshaping itself according to will. Horror and violation and... He spoke the name. Dahitso. The chanting stopped. Pressure halted. David opened his eyes. The thing stood frozen behind him, hands still on his shoulders but grip loosening. He twisted, drove the silver belt buckle upward, caught the thing in the solar plexus. Not a killing blow. Didn't need to be. The silver made contact during interrupted transformation, name spoken at the moment of vulnerability. The thing's face, David's face, began melting. Not metaphor. Actual liquefaction. Flesh running like wax, revealing something underneath that hurt to look at directly. The features twisted, inverted, reformed into something that might have been human once, decades or centuries ago, before the taboos and ceremonies and violations. The body followed, collapsing, reshaping, extracting itself from stolen form like someone pulling free of tight clothing. What remained was withered, ancient, barely human. Male, David thought, though age and transformation had rendered sex nearly indeterminate. Navajo features visible beneath the corruption, and in its eyes, no longer wrong, no longer alien, pure human terror, trapped, bound, reduced to original flesh that could no longer change, no longer escape. Jordan gasped. Actual vocalization, her own voice. The possession had released when the skinwalker's power broke. She was sobbing, hands covering her face, whole body shaking with restored autonomy. David caught her before she collapsed. "You're back. You're you again." "It's over." The withered thing on the floor hissed, trying to speak but voice failing. Centuries compressed into mortal frame, aging catching up instantly. David watched it deteriorate in real time, flesh mummifying, bones becoming visible, the price of prolonged unnatural existence coming due all at once. Within minutes, only desiccated corpse remained, barely recognizable as once human. The GoPro had captured everything, every frame, proof, documentation, exactly what David had come seeking, though not the debunking he'd intended. Jordan recovered enough to move after 10 minutes. They helped each other down the ladder rungs, back toward the canyon floor. Sunrise fully arrived and ordinary. The GoPro came with them. So did Jordan's radio, retrieved from her scattered pack. Signal at the canyon floor was sufficient for emergency call to park rangers. The official story would be simpler than truth. Jordan had gotten injured during night blessing. David had found her, helped her until morning, called for extraction. The abandoned ceremonial site would be noted and marked for cultural preservation. The footage on David's GoPro would never be published, at least not the transformation segments. Some things didn't need sharing. David kept watching the video, though. Private viewing, trying to process what he'd witnessed. The thing wearing his face, Jordan trapped behind her own eyes, the moment of transformation and binding. His academic framework hadn't just failed, it had been revealed as fundamentally incomplete. The universe was stranger than his equations allowed. He never posted another Debunking the Wild episode. The YouTube channel went dark without explanation. 200,000 subscribers waited for content that would never come. His book publisher kept calling about the follow-up to Myth-Busting the Wilderness. David let calls go to voicemail. Jordan returned to work after 2 weeks medical leave, officially recovering from dehydration and exposure. She avoided David when their paths crossed at the park. Didn't blame him exactly, but couldn't look at him without remembering what it felt like to be passenger in her own flesh. Some violations left marks invisible to medical examination. David stayed in Arizona. Couldn't say why. Should have left, gone back to Berkeley, resumed the academic career that was now effectively over. Instead, he rented a house on the reservation border, started learning Navajo language from online resources, reading anthropological accounts he'd previously dismissed as contaminated by cultural bias. The GoPro footage stayed on his laptop, encrypted, password protected. Sometimes late at night he'd watch the transformation segments again, studying the moment when Coyote became man, when impossibility became documented reality. His scientific training insisted on analysis, on understanding, but some phenomena existed beyond measurement, beyond equations that could contain them. 6 months after the incident, David received a package at his Arizona address. No return label. Inside, a single item. The belt buckle, sterling silver, tarnished black around the edges where it had touched the skinwalker's flesh during binding. He'd left it in the chamber that morning, hadn't thought to retrieve it. Accompanying note, handwritten in neat script. Some disrespect can be forgiven. Some lessons have value. Wear this. Remember what you learned. Jordan. David wore it daily. Reminder and protection both. The Navajo he'd met around town noticed, recognized the significance. A belt buckle that had bound Yinaldlushi carried power, warded against certain dangers. People started treating him differently. Not friendly exactly, but respectful. The academic who'd learned humility the hard way. The skeptic who'd encountered proof and had the wisdom to stop publicizing things better left unknown. He thought about Jordan often, about those hours she'd spent imprisoned in her own body, aware but powerless, watching the skinwalker use her face and voice. About the compressed consciousness, the making room, the violation of self that medical science had no vocabulary for. Some traumas didn't show on CT scans, didn't respond to pharmacology. The GoPro sat in his desk drawer, turned off, dead battery. David never charged it again. The footage existed, irrefutable documentation of supernatural transformation, shape-shifting, possession. Everything his career had been built on denying. He could release it, prove he'd been right to change position, force the scientific community to acknowledge phenomena outside their paradigm. He didn't. Some knowledge wasn't meant for mass distribution. Some truths caused more damage than ignorance. The Navajo had kept skinwalker knowledge carefully contained for centuries, speaking of it only in warnings, only to those who needed to understand boundaries. David had violated those boundaries through arrogance and intellectual pride. Publishing footage would be repeating the same violation at larger scale. Instead, he wrote, private journals, not for publication. Documentation for himself. Attempts to reconcile scientific training with experienced reality. The equations still worked for what they'd always described: material interactions, energy exchanges, conservation laws. But they were incomplete. Left out consciousness, spirit, the malleable nature of identity and flesh under certain conditions. Jordan called once 3 months after the package. Brief conversation, mostly awkward silence. She asked what he'd done with the footage. David told her it was encrypted, private, wouldn't be shared. She said thank you, hung up. He never heard from her again, but sometimes saw her in the distance when visiting Canyon de Chelly as regular tourist, respecting boundaries, never entering restricted areas. His YouTube channel's comment section filled with speculation. Where was Dr. Ramirez? What happened to him? Some conspiracy theories emerged. Government suppression. He'd encountered real phenomenon and been silenced. He'd been replaced by men in black. Others assumed simpler explanations. Burnout, personal crisis, fraud exposure. All wrong, all right. David Ramirez, who'd climbed that ladder into the ceremonial chamber, was gone, replaced by someone who'd learned the wrong lesson at exactly the right time. Not replaced by Skinwalker, but transformed nonetheless. From arrogant skeptic to chastened witness. From debunker to believer in boundaries. From someone who thought science held all answers to someone who understood questions mattered more than solutions. He still watched the transformation sometimes. Late nights alone, the video that proved everything and meant nothing. The coyote standing upright, flesh peeling away. Jordan's face worn like mask, his own face reflected back with wrong eyes. The moment he'd witnessed impossible and survived only through knowledge he'd previously mocked. The silver belt buckle grew heavier with time, or perhaps he simply became more aware of its weight. Reminder and protection, proof and warning. Some nights he'd touch it, remember the feel of driving it into the skinwalker's chest, speaking the name that bound and broke. Remember Jordan's eyes, trapped behind her own face, aware and helpless. Remember that science described one kind of reality but not all reality, that equations were tools not totality, that indigenous knowledge preserved across centuries carried weight earned through terrible experience. The canyon remained. The sacred sites endured. The boundaries stayed marked for those willing to see them, and David Ramirez wore his silver buckle, carried his encrypted footage, and understood that some debunking proved only the debunker's ignorance, that some mysteries preserved civilization rather than challenged it, that respect for tradition wasn't about belief but about recognizing that ancestors learned through suffering what shouldn't be relearned through arrogance. The GoPro stayed in the drawer. The YouTube channel stayed dark. The 200,000 subscribers eventually stopped waiting. And somewhere in Canyon de Chelly, in places marked culturally sensitive, in rooms carved into sandstone walls, the protective symbols kept watching, kept warning, kept marking boundaries between what should be known and what was better left mysterious. David had come seeking to debunk. Instead, he documented his own transformation, not into Skinwalker but into something rarer, a scientist who'd encountered the limits of science and had wisdom enough to stop pushing. The belt buckle remained. The memory remained. The footage remained. And some nights, David could still feel it, that pressure against consciousness, that sensation of something vast trying to push inward, making room where room shouldn't exist. Jordan lived with it constantly, he knew. The ghost of possession, the memory of being passenger. He'd gotten off easy, kept his flesh, kept his self, learned without losing everything. Jordan had paid the real price, and the withered thing that had been Daiitso had paid most of all. Centuries of stolen life compressed into mortal aging in minutes, power stripped, bound to dying flesh it could no longer escape. The GoPro captured it all. Truth in 4K resolution. Evidence that would convince no one, because convincing wasn't the point. Understanding was the point. Respect was the point. Knowing when to stop was the point. David Ramirez learned those lessons in a stone chamber in Canyon de Chelly. Learned them with sterling silver and a skinwalker's true name. Learned them watching his own face worn wrong by something that shouldn't exist but did. The footage stayed encrypted. The channel stayed dark. The belt buckle stayed heavy. And the boundaries stayed marked, waiting for the next arrogant skeptic who thought science could explain away mystery, debunk tradition, rationalize the irrational. David hoped they'd be smarter than he was. Doubted they would be. Arrogance, he'd learned, was the most persistent human trait. The GoPro recorded everything. But wisdom was knowing what not to show. Hope you felt genuine terror. If you appreciate authentic horror rooted in real folklore, consider following for more stories. Which moment scared you most? Share your theory about what happened. Gregory Hansen had stopped writing the blog post mid-sentence, his fingers frozen above his laptop keyboard, because the tree outside his ranger station window was growing. Not slowly, not imperceptibly like normal biological growth, but visibly. The lodgepole pine's trunk expanding, bark splitting, branches extending upward 6 inches, then a foot, then 2 feet in the span of 30 seconds. He watched the impossible growth accelerate until the tree was 20 feet taller than it had been when he'd started typing, its new branches reaching toward his window like grasping fingers. Then it stopped, perfectly still, as if it had always been that height. Hansen's laptop screen still showed his half-finished article, debunking the Wendigo myth, why Algonquian horror stories are just starvation hallucinations. He blinked hard, rubbed his eyes, looked again. The tree remained impossibly tall, its shadow now stretching across the entire parking lot where moments ago it had barely reached the first parking space. Hansen stood from his desk, moved to the window, pressed his face close to the glass. The bark showed fresh growth rings exposed where it had split during expansion, sap still oozing from the cracks. This wasn't a hallucination. This wasn't a trick of perspective or fatigue-induced misperception. He just watched a tree grow 20 feet in less than a minute. Hansen grabbed his Nikon D90, rushed outside into the late June afternoon. The Montana sun blazed overhead, temperature pushing 80 degrees, but when he stepped into the tree's new shadow, the temperature dropped 40 degrees in an instant. His breath misted. Frost formed on the ranger station's siding where the shadow touched it. He photographed the tree from multiple angles, hands shaking slightly. Not from fear, he told himself, but from excitement. This was documentation of an anomaly, a natural phenomenon science hadn't yet explained. There would be a rational explanation. There always was. The Garmin GPS map 60 CSX on his belt showed the time as 3:47 p.m., elevation 3,458 feet, coordinates 48.6951 degree N, 113.8168 degree W, the ranger station at the Avalanche Creek trailhead in Glacier National Park. Everything normal except the impossible tree and the freezing shadow. Hansen's Motorola radio crackled. "Hansen, this is dispatch. We've got a hiker overdue on the trail of the Cedars Loop. Jordan Hayes, solo day hiker. Permit shows expected return by 2 p.m. Vehicle still in parking lot. Can you initiate a hasty search?" He pressed the transmit button, still staring at the tree. "Copy that. Give me the details." The dispatcher, a veteran named Rodriguez, provided the information. Jordan Hayes, 29 years old, experienced hiker from Seattle, checked in at 9 a.m. for the 4-mile loop trail. Should have been back hours ago. No response to calls, no sign at the vehicle. "I'll head out now," Hansen said. He grabbed his pack from the station, loaded it with standard SR gear, first aid kit, extra water, emergency beacon, headlamp. His mind was still processing the tree, trying to construct a framework that would explain both the growth and the cold. Localized temperature inversion? Impossible. Those didn't create 40-degree drops in shadow versus sunlight. Optical illusion combined with confirmation bias. But he had photographs, measurements, documentation. Seismic activity causing ground shift that elevated the tree? Ridiculous. The surrounding ground showed no disturbance. He started up the trail of the cedars, following the well-maintained boardwalk that wound through old-growth western red cedar and hemlock. The trail was popular, easy, heavily trafficked. People didn't vanish on trails like this. They twisted ankles, got turned around in side paths, sat down to rest and lost track of time. Simple, rational explanations. The forest here was magnificent. Trees 500 years old, some with trunks 10 feet across, the canopy creating cathedral-like spaces filled with filtered green light. Hansen had spent 3 months at Glacier National Park, transferred from Yellowstone specifically to investigate reports of unusual phenomena that he'd planned to systematically debunk for his blog and eventual book, Rational Ranger, Debunking America's Wilderness Myths. His blog had 40,000 followers who appreciated his no-nonsense approach to the supernatural claims that plagued park rangers nationwide. He'd already written pieces dismantling Bigfoot sightings, misidentified bears, ghost stories, pareidolia, and infrasound, and UFO reports, Venus, satellites, drones. The Wendigo piece was going to be his masterwork, a thorough takedown of how starvation, hypothermia, and isolation created the myth of the cannibal spirit. Except he'd just watched a tree grow 20 feet in 30 seconds. Hansen reached the point where the boardwalk loop split toward Avalanche Lake. He called Hayes' name, listening for response. Nothing but wind through cedars and the distant rush of Avalanche Creek. He checked his GPS. The loop was only 4 miles. Hayes should have completed it hours ago, even walking slowly. He continued searching, finding nothing unusual until he reached the far side of the loop, where the maintained trail passed close to a drainage ravine. There, on the boardwalk, he found Jordan Hayes' day pack. Hansen photographed it in place before examining it. Quality Osprey pack, waist straps unbuckled as if it had been set down deliberately rather than dropped. Inside, water bottle half full, trail mix, first aid kit, wallet with Hayes' ID and credit cards, cell phone at 47% battery. Everything you'd expect from an experienced day hiker, everything except the hiker. He keyed his radio. "Dispatch, I found Hayes' pack on the trail of the cedars. approximately 2.3 miles from trailhead. No sign of Hayes. Pack appears to have been set down intentionally, initiating expanded search. "Copy," Rodriguez said. "Do you need additional personnel?" Hansen looked at the forest surrounding the trail, thick undergrowth, deadfall, the ravine dropping away steeply to the creek below. "Affirmative. Send 2 more rangers and notify SAR. This is now a missing person case." He secured the pack, marked the location with flagging tape, and began a careful search pattern radiating from the discovery point. The rational part of his brain, the PhD in ecology, the published researcher, cataloged possibilities. Hayes had left the pack to investigate something, got disoriented, fell into the ravine, medical emergency, sudden confusion, wandered off trail, animal encounter causing panic flight. But another part of his brain, a part he'd spent years training himself to ignore, kept returning to the tree, to the impossible growth, to the cold shadow. He found the first footprint 20 feet off the trail, in soft earth near the ravine edge. Definitely human, boot tread consistent with hiking footwear, heading downslope toward the creek. He followed, finding more prints, a clear trail descending into the ravine. Then the prints changed. Hansen stopped, crouching to examine the tracks more carefully. The boot prints continued, but between them, pressing into the soil around them, were other impressions, larger, deeper. The shape was wrong, elongated, narrow, with what looked like claw marks at the front. But the spacing suggested a bipedal gait, something walking upright alongside Hayes. He photographed the prints, measured them, 14 inches long, 4 inches wide at the widest point. No animal in Glacier had feet that size with that shape. Grizzly tracks were massive, but completely different morphology. Mountain lion, wolf, elk, nothing matched. The rational explanation was that these were older prints, unrelated to Hayes's trail. Overlapping tracks from different times creating confusing patterns. Except the soil consistency was identical, the weathering the same, and the spacing showed clear simultaneous progression down the slope. Hansen continued following the tracks into the ravine. The temperature dropped with each step downward, becoming noticeably colder despite the June heat. By the time he reached Avalanche Creek, his breath was misting again, and frost clung to the vegetation along the water's edge. The tracks led directly to the creek's edge, then vanished. No sign of crossing, no continuation on the opposite bank, nothing. Just an abrupt termination at the water. Hansen stood at the creek's edge, trying to process what he was seeing. The water was glacial runoff, painfully cold even in summer, running fast over smooth stones. A person could cross it. The water was only knee-deep here, but it would be uncomfortable and dangerous. Why would Hayes leave the maintained trail, descend into a ravine, and cross a freezing creek for no apparent reason? He was about to radio his findings when he noticed the trees. Every tree within a 50-foot radius of where he stood had markings carved into the bark. Not random vandalism or trailblazes. These were symbols, intricate geometric patterns cut deep into the wood, and they all showed fresh sap, recent cutting. Hansen approached the nearest marked cedar. The symbol was complex, 3 circles interconnected by lines, surrounded by what looked like stylized representations of hands or claws. He'd seen similar patterns before, in anthropology textbooks, in museum exhibits on indigenous cultures, Algonquian protective symbols, wards against evil spirits, against the Wendigo. His radio crackled with static, then Rodriguez's voice. "Hansen, additional rangers en route. ETA 20 minutes. What's your status?" Hansen pressed transmit. "I'm in the Avalanche Creek drainage. I've found tracks and unusual markings. Rodriguez, has there been any recent cultural activity in this area? Indigenous ceremonies, traditional practices?" A pause. "Not that I'm aware of." "Why?" "Because someone's been carving protective symbols into trees down here, recently." Another pause. Longer. "Hansen, the Blackfeet consider this area significant, but official ceremonies would go through proper channels. What you're describing sounds like..." The transmission dissolved into static, harsh and sudden. Hansen tried different channels, got nothing but white noise. He checked his GPS. Signal was weak but present. He tried his cell phone, no coverage, which was normal this deep in the park. He was alone in a ravine, following tracks that didn't make sense, surrounded by protective symbols carved by someone who apparently believed in the exact myth Hansen had been writing an article debunking when his tree grew 20 feet in 30 seconds. The temperature continued dropping. Hansen could see his breath now in thick clouds, could feel the cold seeping through his uniform. This wasn't normal. This wasn't a microclimate or temperature inversion or any rational meteorological phenomenon. This was wrong in a fundamental way that his PhD and his publications and his 40,000 blog followers couldn't explain away. He heard the whisper. Not a word, exactly. More like wind through branches, but forming shapes that almost resembled language. Hansen turned slowly, scanning the forest. Nothing visible. Just trees and shadows and the creek's constant rush. The whisper came again from a different direction. This time he caught fragments that sounded like syllables. Wichtiko, the Ojibwe word for wendigo. "Who's there?" Hansen called out, hating how his voice cracked slightly. "This is Park Ranger Gregory Hansen. Identify yourself." No response except the whisper again, now from behind him. Wechuj. Another variant, this one Cree. Hansen's hands were shaking as he pulled out his digital camera, switching it to video mode. If he was experiencing auditory hallucinations, at least he could review the footage later, establish whether sounds were real or psychogenic. He pointed the camera toward the whisper's source, pressed record. The camera's screen showed the forest in full color, every detail crisp. But in the frame, visible on the LCD but not to his naked eye, shadows were moving. Not shadow in the sense of absence of light, but shadow as substance, as entity, dark forms that flowed between trees like liquid, that reached and grasped with appendages that had too many joints. Hansen lowered the camera, looked at the same spot with unaugmented vision. Normal forest. Raised the camera again. Shadow entities, clearly visible through the lens. "No," he said aloud. "No, this is equipment malfunction. Digital artifacts. Lens flare. Something rational." The camera's screen flickered and for one frame, 1/30th of a second, showed something else entirely. A figure standing at the creek's edge where Hansen had seen the tracks terminate. Impossibly tall, impossibly thin, skeletal limbs extending far beyond human proportion. The face was a skull, elongated vertically, jaw distended, eyes sunken pits that somehow still conveyed hunger. Then the screen went black. The camera died, battery draining from full charge to zero in an instant. Hansen dropped the camera, stumbled backward, his rational mind fragmenting against the evidence his senses were providing. He pulled out his backup flashlight, switched it on. The beam was weak, yellowed, as if the batteries were dying despite being fresh that morning. The whispers surrounded him now, coming from all directions, the Algonquian words weaving together. Widiko, Wechuge, Wendigo. And beneath the whispers, another sound. Breathing, ragged, wet, like lungs damaged beyond function but still trying to draw air. Getting closer. Hansen ran. He scrambled up the ravine slope, grabbing roots and rocks for purchase, his pack slamming against his back. The rational voice in his head screamed that running was stupid, that he was a trained park ranger, that there had to be an explanation, but a deeper, older part of his brain, the part that had kept humans alive for millions of years before science and rationality, knew predation when it felt it. Behind him, the breathing became footsteps. Heavy, uneven, the sound of something large moving through undergrowth with total disregard for obstacles. Hansen didn't look back. Looking back in horror movies was how people died, and some deep part of him understood that the rules had changed, that he was in a story now where the myths were real. He reached the trail, turned toward the ranger station, kept running. His lungs burned. His legs felt leaden. The cold was everywhere now, not just in shadows but permeating the air, turning the June afternoon into something that felt like deep winter. A branch exploded to his left, torn from a cedar tree by something he couldn't see. The branch was 6 inches thick, ripped away like it was paper. Hansen pushed harder, his vision tunneling, his heart hammering so hard it hurt. The boardwalk appeared ahead. Civilization, maintenance, safety. He reached it, his boots thundering on the wooden planks. Behind him, the footsteps stopped. He risked a glance back, still running. The forest behind him looked normal. Afternoon sunlight filtering through cedars. No movement, no entities, no impossible predators. Just beautiful wilderness. Then he saw it. At the very edge of the tree line where forest met maintained trail. A shape that his mind refused to process correctly, sliding around the edges of perception like water off glass. Tall, skeletal, watching. Hansen turned forward again and ran until he reached the ranger station, slamming the door behind him, throwing the bolt, pressing his back against the wood as if 6 feet of hollow core door could protect him from whatever was out there. His laptop still sat on the desk, screen dark. He moved to it with trembling hands, woke it up. His half-finished blog post stared back at him. Debunking the Wendigo myth. Why Algonquian horror stories are just starvation hallucinations. He laughed, a sound that came out too high, too brittle. Then he selected all the text and deleted it. His Motorola radio buzzed. "Hansen, this is Rodriguez. Your transmission cut out. What's your status? Did you find Hayes?" Hansen stared at the radio for a long moment before picking it up. How did he explain what he'd seen, what he'd experienced? He was Gregory Hansen, PhD in ecology, published author, rational skeptic. His entire professional identity was built on debunking exactly this kind of thing. "Hansen, respond," Rodriguez said, concern creeping into her voice. He pressed transmit. "I'm at the station. Rodriguez, I need you to pull historical records on disappearances in the Avalanche Creek drainage. All of them, going back as far as we have documentation." "What? Why?" "Just do it. Please. And send those additional rangers to the trailhead, but tell them not to go into the drainage. Not until we have more daylight and better equipment." "Hansen, you're not making sense. Are you injured?" "No," he said. "Not injured. Just fundamentally wrong about a lot of things. I'll explain when you get here. How long for those rangers?" 15 minutes. "Copy. I'll be here." He set down the radio and looked at the tree outside his window. It was still impossibly tall, its shadow still impossibly cold. Evidence that reality operated on principles his education hadn't prepared him for. Hansen opened a new document on his laptop and began typing. Not a blog post, not a debunking article, a report, clinical and detailed, documenting everything he'd witnessed. If he was losing his mind, at least there would be a record of the progression. If he wasn't, if what he'd seen was real, then someone needed to know. He titled the document, "Incident Report, Jordan Hayes Missing Person Case, Preliminary Findings and Unexplained Phenomena." Then he added, after a moment's hesitation, "The Wendigo Hypothesis." The words looked absurd on screen. Gregory Hansen, PhD, was seriously proposing that a missing hiker case involved a cannibal spirit from Algonquian mythology. His academic colleagues would crucify him. His blog followers would think he'd had a breakdown. His publisher would cancel his book contract. But he'd watched a tree grow 20 feet in 30 seconds. He'd seen shadows move with intent. He'd glimpsed something at the tree line that his mind still refused to properly process. And Jordan Hayes was still missing. The Rangers arrived 23 minutes later. 2 men Hansen knew casually, Morrison and Blake, both with 10-plus years at Glacier. They found him sitting at his desk, surrounded by printed historical documents Rodriguez had sent via email, his laptop showing topographical maps marked with incident locations. "Hansen," Morrison said carefully, "Rodriguez said you found Hayes's pack, but not Hayes, and that you were concerned about something." Hansen gestured to the documents. "How much do you know about the disappearances in this area?" Morrison and Blake exchanged glances. "There have been a few over the years," Blake said. "This is wilderness. Sometimes people don't come back." 14, Hansen said. 14 disappearances in the Avalanche Creek drainage specifically, going back to 1937 when the park was established, all between late May and early July. All experienced hikers. None of the bodies ever recovered. Okay, Morrison said slowly. That's concerning, but not necessarily anomalous. This is grizzly country. There are cliffs, the creek runs fast during snowmelt. They all reported experiencing extreme cold before vanishing, Hansen interrupted. At least the ones who had time to report anything. Park records show radio calls mentioning temperature drops, frost in June, ice forming on equipment. One ranger in 1983 radioed that his thermometer showed negative 15 degrees Fahrenheit at 2 p.m. on June 18th, sunny day. No weather systems in the area. Blake frowned. Could be equipment failure. 14 times? Across 8 decades? With different equipment? Hansen shook his head. And that's not all. Look at this. He pulled up a scanned document from 1967, a report written by a ranger named Samuel Cooper. Cooper was searching for a missing hiker named David Marsh. He described finding protective symbols carved by local tribe members around the drainage area. He interviewed a Blackfeet elder who told him the area was forbidden, that there was a Wendigo, that hunted there during the early summer months when it would be strong enough to manifest. Local legend, Morrison said, but his voice lacked conviction. Cooper recommended the area be closed to public access, Hansen continued. His recommendation was denied. He resigned from the Park Service 3 months later. I found his obituary. He died in 1995, but before he died, he published a book called Sacred Spaces and Forbidden Grounds. There's a whole chapter on this drainage, on the Wendigo. Blake sat down slowly. Hansen, you're not seriously suggesting? I don't know what I'm suggesting, Hansen said. I'm telling you what I found, and I'm telling you I experienced something down in that drainage that I can't explain. Temperature anomalies, auditory phenomena, visual. He stopped, remembering the shadow entities visible only through his camera. Look, I know how this sounds. I know what I would have said 3 hours ago if someone had told me this. But Jordan Hayes is missing, and there's a pattern here that we can't ignore. Morrison picked up one of the documents, scanning it. Even if we take this seriously, and I'm not saying we should, what are you proposing? That we tell search and rescue to look for a cannibal spirit? I'm proposing we contact the Blackfeet Nation, Hansen said. This is their traditional land. If there's cultural knowledge about this area, about the dangers, we need to hear it. And I'm proposing we don't send anyone else into that drainage until we understand what we're dealing with. We have a missing hiker, Blake said. We can't just abandon the search because of old stories and cold spots. I'm not saying abandon it, Hansen said. I'm saying we need more information before we risk more people. Rodriguez, are you still on radio? The radio on his desk crackled. I'm here, and I've been listening. Hansen, I pulled the full records like you asked. There's something else. Every single disappearance happened during a new moon phase. Every one. The 3 rangers looked at each other. Hansen pulled up his phone's weather app, checked the lunar calendar. When's the next new moon? Tonight, Rodriguez said quietly. New moon is tonight. The silence in the ranger station stretched. Outside the window, the afternoon sun was starting its descent toward the western peaks, maybe 4 hours of daylight left. And then darkness, complete darkness, no moon to provide even minimal illumination. We need to find Hayes before nightfall, Hansen said. And we need help. Morrison stood. I'll call search and rescue, get a full team mobilized. And I'll contact the Blackfeet Nation Liaison Office, Blake added. See if someone can come out, provide cultural context. Hansen nodded, grateful they were taking him seriously despite how insane this all sounded. I'm going back to the drainage in daylight with proper equipment. If Hayes is injured down there, time matters. Not alone, Morrison said. We go together. Full SAR protocols, constant radio contact, out before dark. They geared up quickly. Full packs, emergency beacons, extra batteries, flares, first aid equipment. Hansen added one more item, a small digital recorder. If he heard whispers again, he wanted audio documentation. They reached the point where Hansen had found Hayes' pack by 5:15 p.m. The pack was exactly as he'd left it, but the flagging tape he'd used to mark the location had been torn down, shredded into pieces and scattered across the boardwalk. Wind, Blake suggested without conviction. Hansen pointed to the trees. No movement, no breeze. The forest was utterly still. They descended into the ravine together, following the tracks Hansen had documented earlier. The boot prints were still there, and so were the other impressions, the elongated clawed prints that didn't match any known animal. Morrison photographed them extensively. "I've been a ranger for 12 years, he said quietly. "I've never seen tracks like this." The protective symbols were still carved into the trees, and in the late afternoon light they seemed to pulse slightly, the fresh sap catching the sun and gleaming. Blake touched one of the carvings, traced the pattern with his finger. "This is traditional," he said. "I'm not an expert, but I've seen similar symbols at cultural sites. This is real indigenous artwork, not vandalism." They reached the creek's edge where the tracks terminated. The temperature had dropped again. Hansen's breath misted, and frost was forming on the rocks along the water's edge despite the June warmth elsewhere. "This is wrong," Morrison said, checking his thermometer. "I'm reading 38 degrees here. It's 75 at the trailhead." Hansen was about to respond when he heard it again. The whisper, the Algonquian words weaving through the trees. This time all three rangers heard it. "What is that?" Blake whispered. Hansen pulled out his digital recorder, hit record, held it up toward the sound. The whispers grew louder, more distinct, and now they were forming sentences in a language Hansen didn't understand but somehow felt in his bones. Then Morrison grabbed his arm, pointed across the creek. On the opposite bank, partially obscured by vegetation, was a shelter. Not a tent or tarp, a structure made of branches and bark, woven together in a pattern that suggested intelligence and purpose. And hanging from the shelter's entrance, swaying slightly despite the lack of wind, was clothing. A jacket. A Seattle Seahawks jacket, consistent with what Hayes' vehicle registration listed as the hiker's vehicle description, which would have matched personal effects. "Hayes," Blake said. He started toward the creek. "Wait," Hansen said, grabbing his arm. "Something's wrong. Why would Hayes build a shelter? The trail is right there. The ranger station is 4 miles away. This doesn't make sense." But Blake was already crossing the creek, water splashing up to his knees, moving toward the shelter. Morrison followed, leaving Hansen on the bank. "Guys, wait," Hansen called. "We need to think about this. The pattern." Blake reached the shelter and pulled aside the jacket. Behind it, the shelter's interior was visible, and inside, curled in a fetal position, was Jordan Hayes. "We've got him," Blake shouted. "Hansen, Morrison, we found Hayes." But something in Blake's voice changed mid-sentence, excitement transforming into confusion. Morrison reached the shelter, looked inside, went very still. Hansen crossed the creek, the glacial water shocking even through his boots. He reached the shelter and looked inside. Jordan Hayes was there, yes. But Hayes was wrong in ways that Hansen's mind struggled to process. The body was curled too tight, joints bent at angles that human anatomy didn't allow. The skin was gray, desiccated, pulled tight over bones that seemed too long. And the smell, meat left too long in summer heat, but underneath that something chemical, poisonous. Morrison knelt, reached to check for a pulse, then jerked his hand back. "He's cold. Like really cold. Frozen." "That's impossible," Blake said. "It's June. Even overnight temperatures don't get below freezing." Hansen forced himself to look closer, to observe with the detached scientific method he'd trained for years to maintain. Hayes' eyes were open, staring, completely black. No whites, no iris, just darkness. The mouth hung open, revealing teeth that seemed longer than they should be, sharper. And the stomach. Hayes' stomach was distended, swollen, as if he'd consumed an enormous amount of something. "We need to get him out of here," Morrison said. "Get medical attention." Hayes moved. Not a lot. Just a twitch of the fingers, a slight turn of the head. But it was movement. Impossible movement because no one could survive in the condition this body was in. The eyes rolled toward them. The mouth worked, jaw clicking with each movement, and a voice emerged raw and damaged. Hungry. The three rangers scrambled backward. Hayes sat up, movement jerky and wrong, like a puppet pulled by inexpert strings. The distended stomach rippled with movement from inside. So hungry, Hayes said again, the voice layered now, multiple tones speaking simultaneously. Never satisfied, never enough. Hansen understood then, with terrible clarity. Hayes hadn't built the shelter. Hayes hadn't survived out here through some miraculous endurance. Hayes was gone, consumed, and what was sitting up in the shelter wearing Hayes's body was something else entirely. The Wendigo didn't just kill, it transformed. It created more of itself through violation of the ultimate taboo. Run, Hansen whispered. Then louder, run! They ran, crashing back across the creek, water splashing, stones sliding under their boots. Behind them, the thing that had been Jordan Hayes emerged from the shelter with movements that defied biology, limbs extending beyond human range, spine bending in ways that should have been lethal. And it was laughing, a sound like ice cracking, like starvation screaming. Morrison hit his radio while running. All units, this is Morrison. We have a situation at Avalanche Creek Drainage. Unknown threat, ranger safety compromised, requesting immediate. Static consumed the transmission. All three radios simultaneously dissolved into white noise. They scrambled up the ravine, grabbing roots and rocks, their lungs burning. The temperature was plummeting now, dropping degree by degree, frost forming on vegetation, ice crystals appearing in the air itself. Blake slipped, slid back 5 feet, caught himself on a root. The Hayes thing was climbing after them, moving fast, impossibly fast, closing the distance with each second. Hansen grabbed Blake's arm, hauled him up. They reached the boardwalk, turned toward the ranger station, kept running. Behind them, the Hayes thing reached the trail and stopped, as if hitting an invisible barrier. It stood at the edge of the boardwalk, swaying, the black eyes tracking them. Then it spoke again. And this time the voice was different. Multiple voices, dozens of voices, all speaking in unison. The pattern continues. The hunger grows. The transformation spreads. Hansen looked back, his horror crystallizing into terrible understanding. The 14 disappearances, all during early summer, all during new moon. This wasn't random predation. This was a cycle, a pattern of transformation and hunger that perpetuated itself across decades. How many are there? He whispered. The Hayes thing smiled, revealing teeth that were definitely not human anymore. We are legion. We are hunger. We are the price of violation. Then it turned and walked back into the forest, movement becoming less human with each step, body elongating, transforming, until it was indistinguishable from the skeletal shape Hansen had glimpsed at the tree line hours earlier. The three rangers reached the station as the sun touched the western peaks, painting the sky in shades of red and orange that looked too much like fire, like warning. They locked themselves inside, pulled the blinds, turned on every light. Hansen's hands shook as he tried to write a report, tried to document what they'd witnessed. But how did you write encountered cannibalistic transformation entity from Algonquian mythology in official Park Service paperwork? Morrison was on the phone with Rodriguez trying to explain the situation in language that wouldn't get them immediately placed on psychiatric leave. Blake sat in a corner staring at nothing, occasionally whispering, "That wasn't Hayes anymore," like a mantra. Hansen's laptop screen showed his deleted blog post, the cursor blinking where text used to be. He thought about his 40,000 followers, about his book deal, about his PhD and his reputation, all built on the foundation of rational skepticism, of scientific materialism, of the certainty that myths were just misunderstood natural phenomena. He opened a browser and searched for Wendigo scholarly sources. The results were extensive: anthropological papers, indigenous knowledge documentation, historical accounts. He started reading, his worldview fragmenting with each paragraph. The Wendigo wasn't just a myth, It was documented across Algonquian cultures: Ojibwe, Cree, Innu, Naskapi. A spiritual entity representing the ultimate transgression, cannibalism. Those who consumed human flesh, whether through necessity or choice, risked transformation into Wendigo. They became embodiments of insatiable hunger, forever craving but never satisfied, growing larger and more skeletal with each victim consumed. And the condition was contagious. Those killed by Wendigo could become Wendigo themselves, perpetuating the cycle. The Blackfeet weren't Algonquian. They were Blackfoot Confederacy, different cultural tradition. But territories overlapped, stories traveled, and some horrors were universal enough that they transcended cultural boundaries. Hansen found a paper from 1981 by an anthropologist named Dr. Sarah Whitmore, who'd studied Wendigo accounts in northern communities. She'd documented over 200 cases across 3 centuries where the Wendigo belief led to real deaths. Sometimes people killed and consumed by others who'd undergone psychological breakdown in isolation. Sometimes people executed by their communities for showing Wendigo symptoms. But Whitmore had also documented cases that defied rational explanation. Temperature anomalies, disappearances with no bodies recovered, tracks that didn't match known animals. Witnesses describing encounters with entities that violated physical laws. Her conclusion was carefully worded, academically cautious. While many Wendigo accounts can be attributed to psychological and environmental factors, a subset of cases present anomalies that warrant further investigation, using methodologies that account for the possibility of phenomena beyond current scientific paradigms. In layman's terms, maybe it's real, but I can't say that outright or I'll lose my tenure. Hansen's phone buzzed, a text from an unknown number. He opened it, his stomach clenching. The message showed a photograph, a selfie taken in the forest. Jordan Hayes, smiling, giving a thumbs up, clearly alive and well. The timestamp showed 4:47 p.m. today, less than 2 hours ago. Below the image, a single word: hungry. Hansen dropped the phone, backed away from it like it might bite. Morrison looked over, saw his expression. "What is it?" Hansen showed him the phone. Morrison went pale. "That's impossible. Hayes was what we saw down there." "Wasn't Hayes anymore," Blake said from his corner. "I told you. That wasn't Hayes." The lights in the ranger station flickered. Once, twice, then steadied. Outside, full darkness had fallen. New moon. No ambient light except the stars, and even those seemed dimmer than they should be. Hansen heard scratching on the station's roof. Slow, deliberate, like something with long claws testing the structure's integrity. Morrison drew his service weapon, a .40 caliber Glock 22 that seemed absurdly inadequate against what they'd seen. "What do we do?" "We survive until dawn," Hansen said, surprised by how steady his voice sounded. "We document everything, and we make sure no one else comes into this drainage." "The full SAR team is mobilizing," Morrison said. "They'll be here within the hour. We can't just let them walk into—" "We radio them," Hansen said. "We tell them to stage at the trailhead but not proceed. We explain something. Anything that keeps them from going down into that ravine in the dark." Blake laughed, high and brittle. "Explain what? That Jordan Hayes is both dead and texting us selfies? That there are cannibalistic transformation spirits in Glacier National Park? That the Rational Ranger blog was completely fucking wrong about everything?" Hansen flinched at the accuracy of that last statement. His entire career, his identity, had been built on debunking exactly this, on providing rational explanations for irrational fears, on being the voice of reason in a wilderness full of superstition. And he'd been wrong. Fundamentally, catastrophically wrong. The scratching on the roof intensified, joined by another sound, tapping on windows all around the station, as if multiple entities were testing the barriers simultaneously. Hansen moved to his laptop, opened a new document. If they didn't survive the night, someone needed to find a record. Someone needed to know the truth. He titled it, "The Wendigo Protocol, Emergency Procedures for Avalanche Creek Drainage." Then he began writing, documenting everything, The tree's growth, the temperature anomalies, the tracks, the symbols, the haze transformation. He included coordinates, dates, lunar phases. He added excerpts from the historical disappearance records, Dr. Whitmore's research, the Blackfeet warnings, and he wrote recommendations: permanent closure of the drainage, consultation with indigenous knowledge keepers, prohibition on entry during new moon phases, ongoing monitoring for Wendigo symptoms in anyone who'd been exposed. Morrison managed to get a radio message out to the incoming SAR team. Hold position at trailhead. Do not, repeat, do not proceed into Avalanche Creek drainage until daylight. Hazardous conditions, nature TBD. This is not a drill. The response was confused questions, requests for clarification. Morrison did his best to explain without sounding insane, settling finally on possible contamination event, environmental hazard, recommend full protective protocols. It was 11:47 p.m. when the window shattered. Not broken by thrown object or wind, the glass simply exploded inward, as if something had pressed against it until molecular bonds failed. Frost poured through the opening like liquid, pooling on the floor, spreading across surfaces. The temperature inside the station dropped 30 degrees in seconds. And through the broken window, elongated fingers reached, tipped with claws that looked like icicles, like bone, like things that shouldn't exist. The fingers grasped the window frame, and the thing outside began pulling itself through. Morrison fired his Glock. 3 shots, center mass, exactly as trained. The bullets passed through the entity as if through smoke, impacting the far wall. The thing that had been Jordan Hayes smiled at them with too many teeth. Hansen grabbed the emergency flare from his pack, ignited it, held it up. The haze thing recoiled from the light, hissing the sound like water on hot metal. It withdrew through the window, disappearing into the darkness. Fire, Hansen said. They avoid fire. The old accounts mentioned that. Wendigo fear flames. They pulled every heat source they could find. Emergency flares, camp stoves, even crumpled paper lit in the trash can. The station filled with smoke and light, uncomfortable but better than the alternative. The entities circled outside, visible occasionally in silhouette against the starlight. Multiple shapes now, not just haze. 14 disappearances across 8 decades, Hansen thought. 14 transformations. How many had survived to perpetuate the cycle? His laptop chimed, email notification. Hansen checked it reflexively, his mind running on autopilot. The email was from his publisher. Greg, love the Wendigo debunking piece outline. Can't wait to read the full manuscript. This is going to be huge for the Rational Ranger brand. Hansen laughed, the sound emerging broken and wrong. The Rational Ranger brand, built on certainty, on skepticism, on the absolute conviction that he knew better than the superstitious masses who believed in ghosts and spirits and things that went bump in the night. He hit reply, typed, "Cancel the book. The Wendigo is real. I was wrong about everything, I'm sorry." But before he could send it, the power died. Total darkness except for the flickering flares which were burning down, minutes from exhaustion. "We're not going to make it to dawn," Blake said quietly. "Are we?" Hansen checked his watch. 1:23 a.m. Sunrise wouldn't come until 5:47, over 4 hours in darkness, with diminishing light sources, surrounded by entities that had once been human. "Yes," he said, trying to sound convinced. "We are, because we have to. Because if we don't, no one will believe what happened here. No one will take the precautions necessary to prevent more disappearances." Morrison was at the radio, trying different frequencies, looking for any connection to the outside world. "I can't get anything. It's like there's interference across the entire spectrum." The scratching resumed, now on all sides of the station simultaneously. Testing, probing, looking for weaknesses. The entities were patient, Hansen realized. They'd been doing this for decades, maybe longer. They understood waiting. His phone buzzed again. Another text from Hayes' number. This time, a video. Hansen knew he shouldn't watch it. Knew it would show something designed to break him. to create the psychological vulnerability the Wendigo could exploit. But morbid curiosity, the same drive that had made him a researcher, made him tap the play button. The video showed the forest in darkness, shot from a moving perspective. Shaky footage, like someone running. Heavy breathing on the audio. Then a voice, Hayes's voice. "If anyone finds this, I'm so hungry. I can't think about anything else. The cold is inside me now, freezing everything except the hunger. I found there were others in the forest, others who were hungry, and they told me how to make it stop, told me what I had to do." The camera swung to show a figure ahead in the darkness, another hiker unaware of Hayes approaching. "I'm sorry," Hayes's voice said. "I'm so sorry, but I can't help it. The hunger is everything." The video cut to black before showing what happened next, but Hansen heard the screams, brief and terrible, before silence returned. The timestamp on the video, 3 days ago. Hayes was infected before he even disappeared, Hansen whispered. He came here already transforming. The Wendigo spreads like a disease. Then everyone who's been in that drainage is at risk, Morrison said. Everyone who's been exposed to the cold, the entities. All three of us, Blake finished. They looked at each other in the dying flare light, each searching the other's faces for signs of transformation. Dilated pupils, lengthening teeth, that insatiable hunger. Hansen felt his stomach twist. But was it fear or the beginning of something else? Had the cold in the ravine done more than just threaten? Had it infected them, started the transformation that would eventually turn them into what Hayes had become? The last flare guttered out. In the absolute darkness, Hansen heard movement inside the station. Not outside anymore. Inside. Something had gotten in while they'd been distracted by the video, by fear, by their own vulnerability. "Lights," Morrison hissed. "Anyone have lights?" Flashlight beams cut through the darkness, sweeping across the station interior. For a moment, nothing. Then Blake's beam caught something near the shattered window. A figure, crouched in the corner. Too tall, too thin, joints bending wrong. Black eyes reflecting the flashlight beam. But it wasn't Hayes. It was wearing a park ranger uniform from decades past, the name tag reading S. Cooper. Samuel Cooper, the ranger who'd written the 1967 report, who'd warned about the Wendigo. "You didn't listen," Cooper's voice said, layered with that terrible multi-tone echo. "I tried to warn them, tried to protect others, but they thought I was crazy. And when the hunger came for me, there was no one to hear me scream." Hansen's mind raced through the implications. Cooper hadn't just resigned and died naturally. Cooper had been taken, transformed, condemned to spend decades as a Wendigo, watching more victims come to the drainage he'd tried to close. "We're listening now," Hansen said, forcing steadiness into his voice. "We believe you. We'll close the area. We'll stop more people from coming here, but you have to let us survive to do it." The Cooper thing tilted its head, considering. "Promises. The living always promise, but they forget. They rationalize, they convince themselves it wasn't real, just like you did before today." "I won't forget," Hansen said. "I can't. You've destroyed my career, my reputation, my entire worldview. The only thing I have left is making sure this stops." "Your career?" the Cooper thing laughed. "I was a ranger for 23 years. I had a wife, children, a normal life. And then I spent 46 years as this, as hunger and cold and endless craving. Your career is already over, Hansen. The question is whether you end it as human or as hunger." The entity moved closer, and Hansen saw its ranger uniform was frost-covered, ancient, preserved by the same impossible cold that animated the creature. Behind it, more shapes were becoming visible in the darkness. Other transformed rangers, other victims, all the disappearances across 8 decades coalescing into a gallery of the damned. Morrison fired his Glock again, the muzzle flash illuminating the station in stark white bursts. The bullets passed through the entities without effect. Waste of ammunition, Hansen thought distantly. Can't kill what's already dead. Last flare, Blake said, holding it up. Once this goes, we're in total darkness. Hansen's hands moved on instinct, pulling out his lighter, his field notebook. He ripped out pages, began building a small fire in the middle of the station floor. Against fire codes, against every regulation, but regulations didn't cover defense against cannibalistic transformation spirits. The paper caught, flames spreading, small, inadequate, but the entities pulled back slightly, maintaining distance from the light and heat. "Keep it going," Hansen said. "Morrison, Blake, anything that burns, we feed the fire until dawn." They worked frantically, feeding the flames with paper, cardboard, even pieces of furniture. The fire grew, pushing back the darkness, creating a circle of safety. The entities circled at the edge of the light, waiting, patient, hunger without end. Hansen found himself thinking about his blog, his book, his certainty that he understood how the world worked. 40,000 followers who trusted him to debunk nonsense, to provide rational explanations. What would they think if they could see him now, burning furniture to ward off Wendigo in a Glacier National Park ranger station? Would they think he'd lost his mind? Would they rationalize it away, find psychological explanations for his breakdown? Or would some of them, the ones who'd always felt that edge of unease in deep wilderness, understand that he'd discovered a truth more fundamental than his education had prepared him for? The Cooper thing spoke again, from the shadows. "You feel it. Already, don't you? The cold inside, the hunger starting. We don't need to attack you, Hansen. The transformation has already begun. By dawn, you'll be one of us." Hansen pressed his hand to his chest, feeling the cold spot where he'd entered the drainage, where the temperature had dropped impossibly. The cold had gotten inside him, into his core. And yes, beneath the fear and adrenaline, he felt something else. An emptiness. A craving that had nothing to do with ordinary hunger. "Fight it," Morrison said, seeing his expression. "Whatever you're feeling, fight it." But Morrison's eyes were too wide, pupils dilated beyond what fear alone would cause. And Blake had stopped feeding the fire, was staring at his hands as if they belonged to someone else. They were all infected, all transforming. The question was just how long they could hold out. Hansen's phone, nearly dead, buzzed one last time. A final text from Hayes' number. "Welcome to forever, Dr. Hansen. The hunger never ends, but you'll learn to love it." The battery died. The phone went dark. And in that moment, Hansen felt something shift inside him. The last resistance crumbling, the rational mind that had defined him for 34 years, fragmenting against the inexorable truth of transformation. He was going to become a Wendigo. They all were. And there was nothing his PhD or his skepticism or his 40,000 followers could do to prevent it. Unless Hansen looked at the fire, at the flames that kept the entities at bay. He thought about the protective symbols carved into trees, about indigenous knowledge he'd dismissed as superstition, about warnings he'd ignored in favor of rationalist certainty. The symbols, he said, the carvings in the drainage, they weren't just decorative, they were functional, protective magic. "Magic isn't real," Blake said automatically, then laughed at the absurdity of the statement given their current situation. "Magic is just technology we don't understand yet," Hansen countered, "and right now I don't care about understanding. I care about surviving." He pulled up the photos on his camera, the ones he'd taken of the tree symbols before his equipment had died. The patterns were complex but repetitive, based on geometry and cultural symbolism he didn't fully grasp but could reproduce. Using his knife, he began carving the symbols into the station's wooden walls. Morrison and Blake, understanding, joined him. They worked frantically, reproducing the protective patterns, creating a barrier of intent and tradition around their sanctuary. The entities reacted immediately, pressing closer, testing the symbols, searching for gaps. But where the carvings were complete, they couldn't pass. Ancient knowledge preserved across generations proved stronger than their hunger. "It's working," Morrison said, wonder in his voice. "It's actually working." They carved until their hands bled, until symbols covered every wall, every surface. And slowly, the pressure from outside decreased. The entities pulled back, not defeated but temporarily held at bay. Hansen checked his watch. 4:53 a.m. Less than an hour to sunrise. They huddled near the fire as dawn approached. 3 rangers who'd entered the day as skeptics and would leave it, if they left it, fundamentally changed. The cold inside Hansen was still there, still growing, but the symbols seemed to slow it, contain it. At 5:47 a.m., the sun broke over the eastern peaks, and the entities fled. Not slowly, not reluctantly, but in sudden panicked retreat, as if sunlight itself was poison to them. The forest became normal again. Just wilderness, just trees, just the ordinary dangers of bears and cliffs and exposure. The radio crackled to life. "Ranger Station, this is SAR team. We're at the trailhead. What's your status?" Morrison picked up the radio with shaking hands. "We're alive, but we need immediate medical evacuation, and we need the Avalanche Creek drainage closed, permanently." "Copy that. Medical helicopter inbound. What's the nature of the emergency?" Morrison looked at Hansen, at Blake, at the symbol-covered walls and the dying fire and the shattered window. "Nature of emergency is complicated. Recommend full decontamination protocols and consultation with Blackfeet Nation representatives. This is cultural territory, and we've encountered something that requires traditional knowledge to address. Professional language for, we met the Wendigo and barely survived." The helicopter arrived 40 minutes later, landing in the trailhead parking lot. EMTs examined them, found hypothermia, minor injuries, and psychological trauma, but nothing physically life-threatening. They were transported to Kalispell Regional Medical Center, placed under observation. Their statements recorded by park supervisors who clearly thought they'd experienced some kind of shared psychotic break. Hansen didn't try to convince them otherwise. He just asked for one thing: that the Avalanche Creek drainage be closed pending investigation, and that consultation with indigenous knowledge keepers be prioritized. To his surprise, they agreed. Maybe because 3 rangers all telling the same impossible story carried weight. Maybe because the historical record supported their claims. Maybe because no one wanted to risk more disappearances during an investigation. Or maybe, Hansen thought, some part of them believed. Some part remembered the old stories, the warnings, the knowledge that wilderness held more than just bears and weather. He spent 3 days in the hospital, his body recovering from hypothermia and exposure. But the cold inside him didn't leave. It stayed. A constant reminder of how close he'd come to transformation, how thin the line between human and hunger. On the 4th day, a visitor arrived, an elder from the Blackfeet Nation, a woman named Mary Runningcrane, who introduced herself as a knowledge keeper and spiritual practitioner. She'd been briefed on what happened, and she came to Hansen's hospital room with a gravity that suggested she took it seriously. "You've been touched by the Witiko," she said without preamble. "The cold is in you now. It won't leave on its own." "Is there a cure?" Hansen asked. "Some way to remove it?" "There are ceremonies," Mary said. "Traditional practices for cleansing and protection. But they require commitment, belief, and respect for knowledge you've spent your life dismissing." Hansen thought about his blog, his book deal, his reputation as the rational ranger. All built on dismissing exactly this kind of traditional knowledge. "I'm ready to learn," he said simply. Mary nodded. "Good, because the Witiko doesn't just claim individuals. It spreads, infects, perpetuates. You've been exposed, which means you carry it now. Without proper cleansing, you could become a vector for transformation. And that drainage, it needs more than closure. It needs spiritual attention, proper protocols, ceremonies that haven't been performed in decades." Over the following weeks, Hansen worked with Mary and other Blackfeet knowledge keepers. He underwent cleansing ceremonies, learned traditional protections, studied the cultural context he'd previously ignored. And he wrote a new kind of article. Not a debunking piece, but an honest accounting of his experience and his mistakes. He titled it, "The Rational Ranger Was Wrong, A Confession and Apology." He published it to his blog, expecting backlash, mockery, the end of his credibility. Instead, He got 40,000 responses from people sharing their own inexplicable experiences, their encounters with things that shouldn't exist, their relief that someone with scientific credentials was finally saying, "I don't know, and that's okay." The Avalanche Creek drainage was permanently closed. Protective symbols, properly blessed and maintained by Blackfeet spiritual practitioners, were installed throughout the area. Warning signs went up not mentioning Wendigo that would invite tourism, but citing culturally sensitive indigenous sacred ground and unstable environmental conditions. Disappearances in the drainage ceased. The new moon came and went without incident. The pattern finally was broken, but Hansen knew it wasn't truly over. The entities were still there, contained but not destroyed, waiting with patient hunger for the protections to fail, for people to forget, for the cycle to resume. He requested permanent transfer to Glacier, specifically to monitor the drainage and maintain the protective protocols. He became liaison with the Blackfeet Nation, learning from elders, documenting traditional knowledge with proper respect and permission. His blog transformed from rational ranger to something new, a platform for discussing the intersection of scientific method and traditional knowledge, for exploring mysteries with humility rather than skepticism, for acknowledging that some questions didn't have tidy answers. He never saw Jordan Hayes again, never recovered the body. Sometimes on new moon nights, he thought he heard whispers from the drainage, that layered voice, that eternal hunger, but the protections held, and he grew to trust in knowledge older than his PhD. Morrison and Blake recovered, underwent similar cleansing ceremonies, and transferred to other parks. They stayed in touch with Hansen, 3 people bound by shared trauma and transformation, by the knowledge that the world was stranger and more terrible than any of them had believed. And late at night, when Hansen was alone in his quarters, he still felt the cold spot in his chest, the hunger that never quite left, a reminder that he'd come within hours of transformation, that the Wendigo was patient, that the boundary between human and horror was thinner than any rational mind wanted to admit. He kept carving the protective symbols, kept performing the ceremonies Mary taught him, kept watching the drainage with vigilance that bordered on paranoia, because he knew what waited in those woods, in that impossible cold, in the hunger that never ended. 14 disappearances across 8 decades, 14 transformations. The pattern was broken, but not erased. The victims were contained, but not freed. And Gregory Hansen, formerly the rational ranger, formerly certain that myths were just misunderstood science, now understood a deeper truth. Some horrors were real, some hungers were eternal, and some knowledge could only be gained by coming within a breath of losing your humanity entirely. The Wendigo was real, and it was waiting. Hope you felt genuine terror. If you appreciate authentic horror rooted in real folklore, consider following for more stories. Which moment scared you most? Share your theory about what happened. Amanda Sullivan knelt in the snow, her gloved fingers tracing the edge of a footprint that shouldn't exist. The depression in the crystalline surface measured nearly 18 inches from heel to toe, far too large for any human. But what made her breath catch in her throat wasn't the size. It was the way the print seemed to shift as she examined it, the ridges and contours appearing to reconfigure themselves in her peripheral vision, as if the snow itself was struggling to remember what shape had pressed into it. She'd been a ranger in the Superior National Forest for 11 years, long enough to know every predator track, every snow formation, every optical illusion these woods could conjure. This was none of those things. The thermometer clipped to her pack read, -8 degrees Fahrenheit, but Amanda felt colder than the mercury suggested. It was the kind of cold that seemed to originate from inside her chest and radiate outward, meeting the December air in an uncomfortable synchronicity. She recognized the sensation, had felt it before, 6 years ago, when she'd found what remained of her partner, David Kowalski, scattered across a ravine after he'd missed an anchor point during a technical rescue. The cold of that day had never quite left her, living somewhere between her ribs like a malignant thing. The footprint led northeast, deeper into the Boundary Waters wilderness, toward the area where Brittany Spencer had been conducting her solo patrol 72 hours ago. Amanda stood, her knees protesting the movement. She was 38 now, not the fresh-faced recruit who'd believed she could save everyone. Her dark hair, pulled back in a tight braid, showed threads of premature gray at the temples. The scar above her left eyebrow, courtesy of a panicked elk, had faded to a thin white line that became more prominent when she was tired or stressed. Right now, it felt like it was glowing. She keyed the radio on her shoulder. Sullivan to base. I'm at the coordinates where Spencer's last GPS ping originated. Found tracks, proceeding northeast on what appears to be her trail. Static answered her. Not unusual. The Boundary Waters region was notorious for dead zones, especially in winter when atmospheric conditions played havoc with radio waves. Her Garmin GPS unit showed 5 bars at least. Small comfort. Amanda had known Brittany Spencer for only 3 months. The younger ranger had transferred from Theodore Roosevelt National Park in North Dakota, eager for a challenge, she'd said. 26 years old, compact and efficient, with the kind of earnest enthusiasm that Amanda had lost somewhere along the way. Brittany had asked her about the Boundary Waters history during their first patrol together, scribbling notes in a worn moleskin notebook she kept in her breast pocket. The Ojibwe have stories about these woods, Brittany had said, her breath misting in the October air, about things that hunt here, spirits that take on the worst aspects of winter itself. Amanda had dismissed it as the romantic fascination of someone new to the region. Now, staring at the impossible footprint, she wondered if dismissal had been premature. The tracks continued in a surprisingly straight line through the pine forest, weaving between the skeletal birch trees with their papery white bark. Every 30 feet or so, Amanda found another print, but they weren't consistent. Some measured 18 inches. Others were barely larger than her own size 8 boots. In one location, she found a cluster of prints that seemed to spiral around a massive white pine, increasing in size with each revolution, as if whatever made them was growing as it circled. Her mouth tasted of copper and old fear. The forest here felt wrong. Amanda had developed an instinct over the years for recognizing when an ecosystem was in balance versus when something had disrupted the natural order. The Boundary Waters in winter was supposed to be quiet, not silent but muted, with the occasional call of a raven or the crack of ice on one of the 1,000 lakes. This was different. This was the absence of sound, as if every living thing had abandoned this particular stretch of woods. She found Brittany's first campsite just before noon. The tent was still standing, which was odd. If Brittany had left voluntarily, she would have packed it. If she'd been attacked by a bear or wolves, unlikely in December but not impossible, the tent would show damage. Instead, it stood pristine in a small clearing, the fly pulled taut, the stakes driven deep into the frozen ground. Amanda approached cautiously, calling out, "Brittany, it's Sullivan. If you're hurt, I'm here to help." Nothing. The tent's zipper was pulled tight. Amanda crouched beside it, noting the disturbed snow around the entrance. More of those impossible tracks, these ones smaller, more human-sized. She worked the zipper with numb fingers. The interior was chaos. Brittany's sleeping bag had been shredded, the synthetic fill scattered across the tent floor like snow. Her supplies, a camp stove, water bottles, MREs, were scattered and crushed. The collapsible aluminum tent poles had been bent into impossible angles, the metal creased in ways that would require tremendous force. But it was the notebook that stopped Amanda cold. Brittany's moleskin lay open in the center of the tent, its pages covered in frantic handwriting that degraded from neat block letters to illegible scrawl. Amanda picked it up carefully, her headlamp illuminating the words. Day 1. Found the hiking party's abandoned campsite. 3 tents, supplies intact, but no sign of the hikers. GPS shows they were headed to Curtin Falls, following their trail. Day 2. The trail doesn't make sense. The tracks double back, cross over themselves, loop in circles. Found boot prints in the snow that appear and disappear. Weather clear, but temperature dropping faster than forecast predicted. Down to 15-degree farms. Radio won't connect to base. GPS working intermittently. Something followed me back to camp last night. Heard it circling. Couldn't see it. Too fast. Breathing pattern wrong. Too long between breaths, like minutes instead of seconds. The handwriting changed here, becoming more erratic. Day 3. Can't tell time anymore. Sun wrong. Shadows wrong. The tracks around my tent this morning were mine. My boots, my gait. But I never left the tent. I know I didn't. The trees are closer than yesterday. I measured the distance to the nearest pine, 73 feet. Now it's 45 feet. Trees don't move. Trees don't move. Trees don't move. The final entry was barely readable, pressed so hard into the paper that it had torn through in places. It knows my name. Says it with David's voice. Says it the way he said it when he was falling. I can hear the wind whistling past him in the words, but David is dead. David has been dead. How does it know about David? How does it know what dying sounds like in his throat? I need to go north. It wants me to go north. I don't want to go north. I'm going north. Amanda's hands shook, not from the cold. She photographed the pages with her digital camera, a chunky Canon from 2008 that still used SD cards. The flash seemed obscenely bright in the tent's confines. She tucked the notebook into her pack, along with what remained of Brittany's identification and radio. Outside, the tracks continued north. Amanda knew the terrain. North from here led deeper into the wilderness, toward a section of the boundary waters that most rangers avoided even in summer. The area had a reputation. Too many disappearances over the years. Most of them chalked up to exposure or falls or the 1,000 dangers that came with remote wilderness. But there were stories among the rangers, shared in low voices during the long winter nights at the station. Stories about the Bayfield Peninsula incident in 1997. About the Morrison family found frozen in their cabin despite a working wood stove. About the trapper who'd staggered out of the woods in 1954, weighing 60 pounds less than when he'd gone in, unable to stop eating even as his stomach ruptured. Wendigo. That was the Ojibwe word. Wendigo in the anglicized version that white settlers had adopted and mangled. An evil spirit of winter and starvation, a cannibal entity that was always hungry, always cold, always hunting. Amanda didn't believe in spirits. She believed in hypothermia and starvation-induced psychosis and the very human capacity for violence. But standing in the clearing with Brittany's destroyed campsite behind her, she found her certainty wavering. The radio crackled suddenly, making her jump. "Levin, Sullivan, do you—" She grabbed for it. "Base, this is Sullivan. I'm at Spencer's campsite. Tent is abandoned. Found her journal. She headed north toward—" Static swallowed her words. Then through the white noise she heard something that made her blood crystallize. Amanda. Her name, spoken in David Kowalski's voice. The same lilting Chicago accent. The same slight rasp from years of smoking Marlboros that he'd quit 3 years before he died. "Amanda, it's so cold where I am." She dropped the radio. It landed in the snow, still transmitting. "You could have saved me, Amanda. Why didn't you check my anchor? You always checked. Why not that day?" "You're not real," Amanda whispered. "David is dead. Dead but not gone. Not gone where I am. Where it's cold and hungry and the trees have eyes." She picked up the radio with shaking hands and turned it off. The silence that followed was worse than the voice. "Get it together, Sullivan. Shock, stress, your mind playing tricks. Brittany wrote about this. It uses voices. It uses fear. But how did it know about David?" That detail had never been in any report, never discussed with anyone. Only she knew that she'd been distracted that day, that she'd skipped her usual double check of his anchor setup because they'd been arguing about something stupid, what they were having for dinner of all things. Only she carried that particular guilt. Amanda forced herself to breathe, to think methodically. She had supplies for 3 days. She could follow Brittany's trail for another 4 hours, then set up camp and reassess in the morning. The smart move would be to head back, get a full SR team mobilized. But something in Brittany's journal entries suggested time was critical. The progression from rational to irrational had happened in just 3 days. If Brittany was still alive, and that was becoming a grimmer if by the hour, she might not have 3 days. The tracks led north. Amanda followed. The forest changed as she walked. Subtle at first, the spacing of the trees, the angle of the shadows. Then more obvious. The pine trees gave way to birch groves that shouldn't exist at this elevation. The snow depth varied wildly, from ankle deep to waist deep within the span of a few feet, despite the uniform terrain. Her GPS started showing impossible readings, coordinates that would place her 2 miles east, then 3 miles west, then back at her starting point, even though she'd been walking in a straight line for an hour. She found Brittany's second campsite at 14:30 hours according to her watch. Though the light suggested either dawn or dusk, she couldn't tell which. This camp showed signs of a hasty departure. The tent was partially collapsed, gear scattered in a wide radius. Amanda found Brittany's ranger jacket caught on a low branch, its patches torn, the Forest Service logo shredded. And in the snow, written in what might have been a stick or might have been a finger, a single word repeated over and over in a spiral pattern. Hungry, 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 hungry. The letters were 3 feet tall. The spiral was 20 feet in diameter. Amanda calculated how long it would take to write that much text in frozen snow. Hours. It would take hours. She found more tracks. Human-sized now, barefoot, the toes spread unnaturally wide, and mixed among them, deer tracks. Dozens of them, all converging on a single point deeper in the forest. The wind picked up, carrying a sound that might have been screaming or might have been the creak of old ice. Amanda's headlamp flickered. The batteries were fresh. She'd changed them that morning. But the beam grew weaker, yellower, until she was moving through a tunnel of amber light in an ocean of darkness. She found the deer at 1600 hours. There were 11 of them, arranged in a perfect circle around a massive oak tree. Each deer had been opened from throat to belly, the incisions surgically precise. The organs were missing. The blood had crystallized in the extreme cold, creating frozen splatter patterns that defied physics, arcing upward instead of falling down, hanging in the air like crimson icicles. The deer were still alive. Amanda watched, unable to process what she was seeing as one of them blinked. Its chest rose and fell slowly. Breath misted from its nostrils. It should have been dead minutes after the first cut. Blood loss alone should have killed it. But here it was, its dark eye rolling to focus on her with an expression that might have been pleading. She raised her pistol, a Glock 22 that felt inadequate suddenly, and fired a mercy shot. The deer's head snapped back. The other 10 turned to look at her in perfect unison. Then they stood up. The opened bodies moved as if strings were pulling them, jerky and wrong. They didn't walk so much as pivot on their legs, rotating to face her fully. The wounds in their chests leaked nothing. The hanging blood icicles chimed against each other like wind chimes. Amanda ran. She crashed through the underbrush, her pack slamming against her spine, her breath coming in ragged gasps that burned her lungs. Behind her, she could hear the deer following. Not the thunder of hooves, but a wet dragging sound as if they were pulling themselves across the ground. The forest had become a maze. Trees appeared where there had been clear paths seconds before. The ground tilted at impossible angles. She fell, tasted blood, got up, kept running. She burst into a clearing and stopped. Brittany Spencer stood in the center of the space, or what had been Brittany Spencer. The younger ranger was skeletal, her uniform hanging off a frame that seemed to have lost 50 pounds in 3 days. Her skin was the color of old snow, stretched tight over bones that jutted at sharp angles. But she was smiling. That was the worst part. The smile was wide and genuine and completely wrong. "Amanda," Brittany said, and her voice was her own, but also something else, something older and hungrier. "I'm so glad you came. I've been waiting. It's been waiting. We're all waiting. Brittany, we need to get you out of here. You're hypothermic. You're not thinking clearly." "I'm thinking perfectly clearly. For the first time, actually." Brittany took a step forward, and Amanda saw that her feet were bare, blackened with frostbite. "It showed me things, Amanda. Showed me what we really are. Just meat. Just hunger wearing a human shape. We pretend we're better than the animals, but we're not. We're worse. We know we're going to die and we pretend we don't. We build houses and families and careers like they'll protect us from the cold. But the cold gets in eventually, the cold always gets in. That's the exposure talking, the hypothermia. Come on, we'll get you warm. I am warm. Brittany's scream was inhuman, a sound that belonged in a slaughterhouse. I'm warmer than I've ever been. It burns inside me, it burns and I'm still so hungry. She lunged. Amanda fired 3 times, center mass the way she'd been trained. Brittany staggered but didn't fall. The holes in her uniform leaked something dark that steamed in the cold air. You can't kill what's already been consumed, Brittany said, and her jaw unhinged like a snake's, opening far wider than should be possible. Inside her mouth, Amanda saw not teeth but ice, jagged crystalline formations that glittered in the dimming light. Amanda turned and ran again, back into the forest, Brittany's laughter following her like a physical thing. She ran until her legs gave out, until she collapsed in the snow, her lungs screaming for air that didn't seem to contain any oxygen. The world spun. Her headlamp had died completely. The only light came from the moon, full and impossibly large, close enough that she could see the craters in detail usually visible only through a telescope. The trees around her were wrong. She was certain of that now. They were too tall, their branches reaching down instead of up, their bark moving with what might have been breathing. And in the spaces between the trees, shadows that didn't align with any light source. Hello, Amanda. David's voice again, but this time he was standing in front of her. Exactly as she remembered him. Curly red hair, freckled face, the gap between his front teeth that he'd always been self-conscious about. He wore the same blue jacket he'd been wearing the day he fell. You're not real, she said, but the words came out as a sob. Does it matter? David crouched beside her, and she could smell his cologne. Polo blue, he'd worn it every day. Real or not real, I'm here. And you're dying, Amanda. Hypothermia is setting in. Your core temperature has dropped below 95 degrees. In another hour, you won't be able to move. In 2 hours, your heart will stop. I have supplies. I can make a fire. No, you can't. Look at your hands. She looked. Her gloves were gone. She didn't remember taking them off. Her fingers were white, then purple at the tips. Frostbite. Advanced frostbite. When had that happened? You're going to die out here, David said gently. Just like I did. Just like Brittany did. Just like everyone who comes here eventually does. The cold takes us all. What are you? The question came out as a whisper. David smiled, but it wasn't David's smile. It was too wide, too full of teeth. Names matter. The Ojibwe knew that. Names have power. But I've been called many things. Windigo, Wichtiko, Achin, the spirit of winter, the Wendigo. I am hunger that cannot be satisfied. I am cold that cannot be warmed. I am the truth beneath all your comfortable lies, that you are alone and afraid, and the universe doesn't care if you live or die. As he spoke, David's form began to change. Or maybe Amanda's perception was changing, her dying brain finally seeing what had been there all along. The human shape collapsed inward like a negative space, revealing something underneath. Something tall and thin, with limbs that bent in too many places. Antlers or branches sprouted from where a head should be. The smell of carrion and old ice filled the air. I offered Brittany a choice, and the thing said in a voice like cracking ice, I offer you the same. Surrender to me completely, become my vessel, hunt with me, feed with me, or die here in the snow, alone and forgotten. Amanda's thoughts moved sluggishly. She was cold, so cold, and hungry actually. When had she last eaten? She couldn't remember. The hunger was a living thing inside her, gnawing at her stomach, at her reason. It would be so easy to say yes, to stop fighting, to let the cold in all the way. She thought of David, the real David, not this thing wearing his face. She thought of the last thing he'd said to her, falling through space toward the rocks below. Not your fault. He'd known. Even in those final seconds, he'd known she would blame herself, and he'd tried to absolve her. She thought of Brittany, so eager and alive, writing in her notebook about the history of these woods. She thought of all the people the Wendigo had taken over the years, all the families left waiting, wondering. "No," Amanda said. The Wendigo tilted its head, the antlers scraping against the sky. "No? No," she said again, stronger now. "I'm not yours. I'm not food. I'm not an empty thing for you to fill." The temperature dropped. Amanda's breath stopped misting because it was too cold even for that. The snow beneath her began to crack and split, revealing something underneath. Not earth, but more cold, an infinite well of it stretching down forever. "Then you'll die," the Wendigo said simply. "Maybe," Amanda said, "but I'll die as me." She reached into her pack with numb fingers, finding the one item she'd brought on instinct, a small leather pouch her grandmother had given her years ago. Ojibwe, her grandmother had been, though she'd married white and moved away from the reservation. She'd told Amanda stories about the woods, about the old ways, about protection. "Tobacco," her grandmother had said. "Always carry tobacco, an offering, a sign of respect." Amanda's fingers closed on the pouch. She pulled it out, scattered the dried leaves in a circle around her. The Wendigo hissed, a sound like steam escaping from cracked ice. "You think that will save you?" "No," Amanda said. "But it's respect. It's acknowledgement. You're part of this place, part of the cycle. I respect that, but I won't feed you." The Wendigo stared at her with eyes that were not eyes, considering. Then it laughed, a sound like trees splitting in a deep freeze. "You're brave," it said. "Or stupid. They're often the same thing." "Very well, Amanda Sullivan. You may go. This time. But I am always here. Always hungry. And next time you come to my woods, next time you're cold and alone and afraid, I will remember you. And I will ask again." It stepped backward into the shadows between the trees and was gone. The forest normalized around her, or maybe Amanda's perception normalized. Either way, she could suddenly see her headlamp working again, could see a trail marker she recognized, could see the GPS reading something sensible. She was 3 miles from the Western Ranger Station. It took her 4 hours to walk it. By the time she staggered into the station, both hands and feet were dangerously frostbitten. The rangers on duty rushed her inside, called for a medevac, wrapped her in warming blankets. "Spencer?" she asked through chattering teeth. The senior ranger, Tom Morrison, shook his head. "No sign. We're mounting a full search at first light." They wouldn't find her. Amanda knew that. Brittany was part of the woods now, part of the cold. They life-flighted Amanda to Duluth. She lost 3 toes on her left foot and 2 fingers on her right hand to frostbite. The doctors called it a miracle she survived. Severe hypothermia, they said. Core temperature of 89 degrees when she arrived. Another hour and she would have been dead. She spent 2 weeks in the hospital. During that time, search teams combed the area where she'd been found. They discovered no trace of Brittany Spencer, no abandoned campsites, no circles of mutilated deer. The forest had swallowed the evidence, or had never generated it in the first place. Amanda's camera had malfunctioned, they told her. The SD card was corrupted. No photos, no proof. Brittany's family held a memorial service. Amanda attended, standing in the back, unable to explain what had really happened. How could she? She barely believed it herself. Her psych evaluation before return to duty flagged her for extended leave. Trauma response, they called it. PTSD from the search, hallucinations brought on by hypothermia. Maybe they were right. Amanda returned to the Superior National Forest 3 months later, cleared for limited duty. She requested a transfer away from the Boundary Waters region. The request was granted. She worked the southern sections now, where the woods felt normal, where the cold was just cold. But sometimes on the clearest winter nights when the temperature dropped below 0, Amanda would step outside her cabin and look north. And she would hear it, faint and far away, but unmistakable. The sound of something moving through the trees. The sound of hunger that never stopped. She kept the tobacco pouch with her always. An offering, a sign of respect. And she never ever went north. Hope you felt genuine terror. If you appreciate authentic horror rooted in real folklore, consider following for more stories. Which moment scared you most? Share your theory about what happened to Brittany.
The Roosevelt elk population data made no sense. Lauren Mitchell had been staring at the spreadsheet for 20 minutes, cross-referencing GPS collar readings with her field observations from the past 6 weeks, and the numbers refused to reconcile with any ecological model she knew. 37 tagged animals, Roosevelt elk, black-tailed deer, even the resident black bears, had systematically avoided a 12-square-mile section of the Hoh rainforest since late September. Not gradually, as temperature or food availability might dictate, abruptly, as if someone had drawn an invisible perimeter, and every creature with functioning instincts had decided simultaneously that crossing it meant death. She rubbed her eyes beneath her wire-rimmed glasses, the kind of utilitarian frames that said she cared more about data than appearance. At 34, Lauren had built her career on rational explanations, on the measurable and provable. Wildlife biologist for Olympic National Park meant understanding animal behavior through the lens of science, migration patterns, predation pressure, habitat disruption. There was always a reason, always data to explain the inexplicable, except this. The corner of her temporary office, really just a converted storage room in the ranger station at the Hoh Rainforest Visitor Center, smelled like old paper and the perpetual dampness that characterized Washington's temperate rainforest. Outside, October rain drummed against the window with the persistence of a metronome. She'd grown accustomed to the sound over the past 3 years, the way it became white noise, almost comforting in its constancy. Today, it felt accusatory, each drop a reminder that she'd been sitting here analyzing data while Austin Crawford remained missing for 72 hours. Austin, 28 years old, barely a year into his ranger position, still carried that eager enthusiasm that most veterans shed after their first brutal winter season. She'd trained him herself, taught him to read topographic maps by feel, to identify Sitka spruce from Douglas fir by bark texture alone. He'd been meticulous about protocols, almost obsessively so, the kind of ranger who logged every detail in his field notebook with near calligraphic precision, which made his disappearance even more disturbing. The official search and rescue operation had been scaled back yesterday. Chief Ranger Donovan had made the call with the grim practicality of someone who'd seen too many searches end in body recovery rather than rescue. They'd covered 40 square miles, deployed K9 units, even brought in a helicopter when the weather briefly cleared. Austin's truck had been found parked at the 5-mile island trailhead, keys still in the ignition, his personal backpack undisturbed on the passenger seat. His duty belt, radio, and park-issued Garmin GPS were missing, standard equipment for a routine patrol. But Austin himself had vanished as completely as if the forest had swallowed him whole. Lauren toggled back to the map overlay on her computer, layering Austin's last known position over the wildlife avoidance zone. The correlation was exact. His final GPS ping, logged automatically by the park's tracking system at 14:47 on October 13th, placed him at the northwestern edge of the area where every tagged animal had systematically refused to enter for the past month. She felt something cold settle in her chest. Not fear exactly, but its cerebral cousin. The recognition that her data was suggesting something her training refused to accept. Her office phone rang, startling her. The old landline, not her cell. She picked up on the third ring. "Mitchell. Lauren, it's Donovan." The chief ranger's voice carried the weight of too many sleepless nights. "I need you to come down to my office. There's someone here who wants to talk about Austin." "Who?" "His grandmother. She drove up from Portland this morning." Lauren checked her watch. 1623. She'd been staring at the data for 3 hours without realizing it. "I'll be right there." B. The main ranger station occupied a log structure that smelled perpetually of coffee and wet wool. Lauren found Chief Ranger Donovan in his office with an elderly woman who looked carved from darker, older wood than the building itself. She wore a long black coat despite the indoor heating, her silver hair pulled into a severe bun, her face mapped with lines that spoke of harder years than the Pacific Northwest typically demanded. "Dr. Mitchell, this is Elena Crawford," Donovan said, gesturing to a chair. "Austin's grandmother." "Mrs. Crawford." Lauren sat, noting how the woman's eyes, pale blue, almost colorless, tracked her with an intensity that felt inappropriate for a grieving relative. "I'm so sorry about Austin. He was an excellent ranger. He's not lost," Elena interrupted, her accent thick, Eastern European, Romanian maybe. "He is taken." An uncomfortable silence filled the room. Donovan shifted in his chair. "Mrs. Crawford believes there may be circumstances we haven't considered," he said carefully, in the tone of someone humoring a distraught family member while trying to maintain professional courtesy. "What circumstances?" Lauren asked, directing the question to Elena. The old woman leaned forward, her weathered hands folding atop the polished wood of Donovan's desk. "Austin's mother, my daughter. She married American man, moved here when Austin was baby. But Austin, he was born in Romania in Hunedoara County. He lived there until he was 3, and I tell him stories, old stories, stories his mother she want to forget." "What kind of stories?" "About things that walk in dark forests, things that hunt, things that—" She paused, choosing her words with the precision of someone thinking in a second language. "That are not natural." Lauren felt the rational part of her brain preparing to dismiss this as grief-induced superstition, but something stopped her. That cold sensation from earlier, the one triggered by the wildlife data, intensified. "Mrs. Crawford, Austin disappeared during a routine patrol. There's no evidence of—" "You find his radio?" Eleanor asked. "No." "His GPS machine?" "No." "What you find exactly?" Lauren glanced at Donovan, who gave a small nod. "His truck, his personal belongings. His last GPS signal placed him near the 5-mile island area, but we haven't found any physical trace of him since. No footprints, no broken branches, no signs of struggle. The search teams found some boot prints matching Austin's patrol boots near an old logging road about a quarter-mile from his last position. But the trail went cold, literally. The prints just stopped." Elena's face remained impassive, but something in her eyes shifted. "When my grandson, when he visited me last month in Portland, I tell him something. I tell him about the old settlement in those forests, the Romanian settlement from 1890s, loggers. They come to Washington from Eastern Europe, many from Hunedoara, from my region. They bring old ways, old beliefs, and old things followed them." "What things?" Lauren asked, unable to keep the skepticism entirely from her voice. "Strigoi," Eleanor said simply. The word hung in the air like smoke. Lauren had heard it before, vaguely, in the context of vampire folklore, but the popular culture version, capes and fangs and gothic castles, seemed absurd in the context of the Pacific Northwest's ancient rainforests. "You're talking about vampires?" she said, unable to mask her incredulity. "No." Elena's voice sharpened. "Not the Hollywood monsters. Strigoi is different. In old country, Strigoi is person who dies wrong way. Violent death, suicide, without proper burial rites. The soul, it does not rest. It returns, not as stupid corpse that drinks blood, as something intelligent, something that remembers being human but is no longer human. It hunts those who violate its territory, who disturb its rest." Donovan cleared his throat. "Mrs. Crawford, while we appreciate you coming all this way—" "Austin tell me he finds something," Elena continued, ignoring him. "3 weeks ago he called me. He say he discover old graves in forest during survey work. Very old graves unmarked. He take photographs, send them to me on his phone. I tell him, do not disturb them, leave that place alone. But Austin, he is scientist like you, Dr. Mitchell. He want to understand. He want to document. He sends soil samples to university. He make detailed maps. Lauren felt her pulse accelerate. Do you still have those photographs? Elena withdrew an old smartphone from her coat pocket, navigated with the laborious care of someone unfamiliar with the technology, and handed it to Lauren. The screen showed a series of images, weathered wooden crosses, barely visible beneath decades of moss and fern growth, depressions in the earth suggesting collapsed graves. One photograph captured a clearer marker, the wood carved with words in Romanian and what might have been a symbol, two intersecting lines forming an X within a circle. This symbol, Elena tapped the screen. It is protection mark. We carve it on graves of those who might become strigoi. It is meant to keep them in earth, to prevent the soul from rising. But if someone disturbs the grave, breaks the symbol, removes protective items we bury with body... She trailed off meaningfully. What items? Lauren heard herself ask, drawn in despite her instinct to dismiss this as folklore. Iron nails, garlic beneath tongue, thorns wrapped in red cloth and placed over heart. If these are removed, if grave is violated, the strigoi can rise. And once risen, it hunts in territory it claimed in life. It appears as shadow, as animal, sometimes as person the victim trusts. It does not kill immediately. It plays with prey, makes them lose their way, makes them see things, hear things, until they are so lost and so terrified that their soul becomes confused, becomes vulnerable. Then it takes them. The rain outside intensified, hammering against the window with renewed violence. Lauren looked at the photographs again, zooming in on the protective symbol. Her scientific training screamed that this was coincidence, superstition, the desperate attempt of a grieving grandmother to impose narrative on random tragedy. But the wildlife data wouldn't leave her mind. 37 animals, avoiding a specific area with no ecological explanation. An area that apparently contained an old Romanian cemetery that Austin had been investigating. Where exactly did Austin find these graves? She asked. Elena looked directly at her. He sent me coordinates in one message. She navigated the phone again, showed Lauren a text message timestamp from September 18th, 47 tont 8394 degree N, 124.521 degree W. Lauren committed the numbers to memory. They were inside the wildlife avoidance zone. Mrs. Crawford, thank you for bringing this to our attention, Donovan said, standing in the universal signal that the meeting was concluded. We'll certainly take this information into consideration. After Elena had been escorted out by one of the junior rangers, Donovan turned to Lauren with an expression that mixed embarrassment and pity. Poor woman, he said. Grief does strange things to people. Those coordinates, Lauren said, they're in the area I've been monitoring, the section where wildlife behavior has been anomalous. What do you mean, anomalous? She explained the data, the systematic avoidance, the timeline that coincided roughly with when Austin would have begun his survey work. Donovan listened with increasing skepticism. Wildlife avoid areas for lots of reasons, he said finally. Predator scent, toxic plants, geological instability. Just because we can't immediately explain it doesn't mean we start entertaining supernatural explanations. I'm not entertaining anything. I'm saying there's a correlation worth investigating. The official search has been called off, Lauren. If you want to continue on your own time, as long as you follow proper safety protocols, that's your prerogative. But don't expect park resources for a wild goose chase based on a grieving grandmother's folktales. Lauren stood. I'm going to check those coordinates tomorrow morning. Full safety protocol. I'll log my route with dispatch and carry emergency beacon. Take someone with you. Everyone else is still recovering from 3 days of intensive search. I'll be fine. She left before he could argue further. That night, in her small rental cabin 3 miles from the visitor center, Lauren couldn't sleep. She lay in the darkness, listening to rain attack the roof, thinking about Austin's meticulous nature, his careful documentation, his respect for protocols. He wouldn't have gotten lost. Not in an area he'd been surveying for weeks. Not without calling for help if something went wrong. Around 2 a.m., she gave up on sleep and opened her laptop, searching for information on Romanian folklore, on Strigoi specifically. Most results were predictably useless, pop culture nonsense about Dracula and Gothic horror. But she found a few academic sources, anthropological studies of Eastern European folk beliefs, scholarly papers on death rituals in pre-Christian Romanian culture. The consistent elements were disturbing. Strigoi were not mindless monsters, but retained the intelligence and cunning of their human lives. They could shapeshift, taking forms of animals or appearing as people the victim knew. They hunted within specific territories, particularly forests they'd claimed through burial or violent death. They fed not on blood, but on life force, on the slow terror and confusion of their victims. And they were patient, methodical hunters who could stalk prey for days or weeks, isolating them, driving them mad before the final taking. One passage from a 1923 anthropological study caught her attention. The Strigoi is known to create zones of silence within its hunting grounds, areas where even animals refuse to enter, where the natural order seems subtly wrong. Locals report feelings of disorientation, of being watched, of sounds that should not exist. The forest itself appears to change, to become a labyrinth designed by malevolent intelligence. Lauren closed the laptop, her hands trembling slightly. She was a scientist. She didn't believe in supernatural entities, but she believed in data, and her data was telling her that something in that 12-square-mile section of the Hoh rainforest was fundamentally wrong. She needed to see those graves. The next morning dawned gray and cold, the rain temporarily suspended, but the sky promising it would return. Lauren filled out the proper forms with dispatch, marking her route on the park's logging system. 5 Mile Island trailhead to the coordinates Elena had provided. Roughly 4 miles into the rainforest, along an old logging road that had been abandoned since the 1960s. She packed methodically. Garmin GPS unit, backup compass, satellite phone, emergency beacon, first aid kit, 2 days' worth of food and water, though she planned to be back before nightfall. Her duty belt carried park radio, bear spray, and the heavy maglite that doubled as a defensive weapon if needed. The forest swallowed her within minutes of leaving the trailhead. The Hoh rainforest deserved its reputation as one of America's last true wilderness areas. Sitka spruce and western hemlock towered 300 feet overhead, their massive trunks wrapped in moss, so thick it looked like green velvet. The undergrowth grew dense and impossibly lush, sword ferns reaching waist-high, devil's club lurking with its spine-covered stems, nurse logs serving as the foundation for entire ecosystems of fungus and sapling trees. Everything dripped with moisture, the air itself seeming to have weight and texture. Lauren had worked in these forests for 3 years and still felt dwarfed by them, made microscopic by their ancient immensity. The trees here predated European contact with the Americas, had stood silent witness to centuries of human drama and tragedy. Walking through them always felt like trespassing in a cathedral built by time itself. She followed the old logging road, now barely discernible beneath decades of reclamation, her GPS tracking the route on its small screen. The forest should have been alive with sound, birdsong, the rustle of small mammals, the distant call of ravens, but it was too quiet. Not silent exactly, but muted, as if the normal soundtrack of the wilderness had been turned down to half volume. After 90 minutes of steady hiking, her GPS indicated she was close to the coordinates. She began scanning the forest floor more carefully, looking for the depressions Elena's photographs had shown, for weathered wooden crosses, for any sign of the old cemetery. She almost missed it. The site occupied a small clearing where the canopy opened enough to allow a shaft of grey daylight. What she'd initially mistaken for natural ground irregularities resolved into deliberate patterns. 20 or more grave-sized depressions arranged in rough rows, each barely visible beneath the forest's reclamation efforts. A few wooden markers remained upright, tilted at odd angles, their surfaces so weathered that any carved inscriptions had long since been eroded away. Lauren approached slowly, her trained eye cataloguing details. This was indeed a cemetery, probably dating from the late 1800s, based on the weathering patterns and the style of the remaining markers. The graves would have originally been outside the forest in a cleared area, but a century of growth had reclaimed the space, turning what had been open ground into part of the deep woods, and someone had been digging here recently. 3 graves showed clear signs of disturbance. The earth had been excavated, not carefully as archaeologists would work, but roughly, urgently. Soil had been piled beside the depressions. One of the old wooden markers lay broken beside its grave, the protective X within circle symbol Elena had mentioned clearly visible despite the wood's decay, now split directly through the center. Lauren's scientific instincts warred with a growing sense of wrongness. This was an archaeological site that should be documented, protected, studied properly. But it had been vandalized, violated in a way that felt deliberately malicious. She pulled out her camera and began photographing everything, making sure to capture the broken marker, the disturbed graves, the arrangement of the site. She was so focused on documentation that she almost didn't notice the smell. It came gradually, seeping into her awareness, something rotten, organic, but not quite like animal decay. It reminded her of the time she discovered a black bear that had been dead for 2 weeks in summer heat, except this smell had a sweeter edge to it, almost cloying, and underneath it, something else, something that made her sinuses burn. She straightened, looking around the clearing. The smell seemed to be coming from the deepest of the disturbed graves, the one farthest from the trail. Against every instinct of self-preservation, Lauren approached it. The grave had been dug deep, at least 6 feet down, the dark earth exposed like a wound in the forest floor. At the bottom, barely visible in the dim light, something gleamed. She knelt at the edge, training her flashlight into the depression. Bones. Human bones, unmistakably. A skull grinned up at her from the disturbed soil, its eye sockets filled with shadow. But what made Lauren's breath catch wasn't the skeleton itself. She'd worked enough wildlife mortality sites to be unfazed by bones. It was what had been done to it. The ribcage had been pried apart, the bones scattered. Iron nails corroded with age lay scattered around the grave. A bundle of what might have once been cloth, now rotted into barely recognizable scraps, lay discarded to one side. Someone had systematically removed the protective burial items Elena had described. Lauren's hands shook as she photographed the scene. This was a crime scene, potentially, grave desecration at minimum. But something about the methodical nature of the disturbance, the way the iron nails had been carefully removed and placed aside, the way the cloth bundle had been unwrapped. A branch snapped behind her. She spun, flashlight cutting through the green-tinted darkness. Nothing. Just the dense wall of ferns and salal, the moss-wrapped trees standing silent as sentinels. "Hello!" Her voice sounded thin in the muted atmosphere. "Austin!" No response. But she could feel it now, what Elena had described, what the anthropological papers had mentioned, the sensation of being watched. Not by animal eyes. She'd been observed by bears and cougars often enough to recognize that particular prickle of awareness. This was different, more intentional, more intelligent. She needed to leave. Now, Lauren backed away from the graves, keeping her flashlight sweeping the perimeter. She'd documented enough. Donovan needed to see these photos, needed to understand that this site required archaeological investigation and potentially a criminal inquiry. and she needed to be out of these woods before... Her radio crackled to life, making her jump. Oral, Lauren, do you copy? The voice was distorted by static, barely intelligible. She grabbed the radio from her belt. This is Mitchell. I copy. Who is this? Lauren, it's Austin. The voice clarified slightly, though still wrong somehow, the cadence off. I need help. I'm lost. I'm at... More static. Can't find my way back, please. Her training kicked in immediately. Lost Ranger, immediate response protocol. Austin, I'm near the 5 Mile Island area. What's your 20? Can you give me landmarks? I don't know. Everything looks the same. The trees... His voice fractured into electronic noise. Following me. Lauren, something's following me. Austin, stay calm. Activate your emergency beacon. I can track your signal. I can't find it. I can't find anything. It took my pack, Lauren. It took... The transmission dissolved into static and then cut off entirely. Austin, Austin, respond! She switched channels, trying to raise dispatch. Dispatch, this is Mitchell. I have possible contact with Crawford, requesting immediate SAR reactivation and... Dr. Mitchell... It was Donovan's voice, or something approximating it, but wrong. The words stretched and compressed oddly. Return to station immediately. Do not... The signal died. Lauren stared at her radio. The LED display flickered, showing impossible signal strengths, channels that shouldn't exist. And underneath the electronic hiss, she could hear something else. Breathing. Slow. Measured. Watching. She switched the radio off completely and clipped it back to her belt with fingers that had gone numb. The forest around her seemed to have darkened, though her watch showed it was only 13 hours. The canopy hadn't changed, but the quality of light had, as if the day itself was being drained of luminosity. Something moved in her peripheral vision, a shadow slipping between trees, too large to be a deer, too fluid to be human. Lauren ran. The trail should have been easy to follow. She'd marked her route carefully with GPS waypoints every 100 yards, but the forest had changed somehow. Become a maze of identical green corridors where every massive trunk looked like every other massive trunk. Her GPS showed her position, showed the trail that should be 20 yards to her left, but when she pushed through the undergrowth in that direction, she found only more forest, no trail. She stopped, chest heaving, forcing herself to think rationally. Panic kills in the wilderness, she knew this, taught it to volunteers every season. Getting lost wasn't about the forest changing, it was about human perception breaking down under stress, about the brain filling gaps with false patterns, about the way fear could make familiar terrain unrecognizable. Except she'd hiked these forests for 3 years. She knew the specific shape of the old-growth Sitka spruce, could identify individual stands by the pattern of nurse logs and the species composition of undergrowth. And this wasn't right. The trees were too close together. The understory was too thick. The very topology of the ground beneath her feet felt wrong, sloping when her map said it should be level. The smell from the grave found her again, that cloying sweetness mixed with rot. It seemed to come from every direction at once, as if the forest itself was exhaling decay. Lauren pulled out her satellite phone, her last reliable link to the outside world. She'd paid for it out of her own pocket after a ranger had died 2 years ago when radio coverage failed in a critical moment. It should work anywhere, any conditions. The screen showed no signal, not weak signal, no signal at all, as if the satellites themselves had stopped existing. That was impossible. She was about to try again when she heard the voice. "Lauren!" It came from behind her, soft, almost gentle. Austin's voice, but not quite, like a recording played at slightly wrong speed. She turned slowly. Austin Crawford stood 30 feet away, partially obscured by a massive western red cedar. He wore his ranger uniform, looked exactly as she remembered him. Sandy brown hair, the slight gap between his front teeth visible when he smiled, the careful way he adjusted his duty belt that came from his training. But his eyes were wrong, too reflective, catching light that wasn't there, like an animal's eyeshine. "Austin?" Her voice cracked. "I've been looking for you." He took a step forward, and Lauren noticed his boots made no sound on the forest floor, left no impression in the soft earth. "You need to come with me. I found something important." "Where have you been? We've been searching for 3 days." "Time is strange here." Another step, his movements too fluid, too graceful, lacking the slight awkwardness she associated with his normal gait. "The forest keeps you if you let it, but I know the way out now. Come with me." Every instinct Lauren possessed screamed danger. This wasn't Austin, couldn't be Austin, but it looked like him, sounded almost like him, wore his face with such convincing accuracy that her rational mind struggled to reject the evidence of her own senses. "Show me your hands," she said. The thing wearing Austin's face paused. "What?" "Show me your hands." Austin had a scar on his left thumb from a fishing accident. "Show me." For 3 heartbeats, it didn't move. Then slowly, it raised its hands, palms out. The hands were perfect, too perfect. No scar, no calluses from work, no dirt under the nails. Just smooth, unmarked skin that looked like it had been copied from a catalog photograph of what hands should look like. "You're not Austin," Lauren said, her voice steadier than she felt. The thing's smile widened, stretching too far, revealing too many teeth. "No," it agreed, "but I knew him very well by the end. I know what he felt, what he feared, what he hoped. I consumed all of it." The forest darkened further, the grey daylight fading to twilight, though her watch still insisted it was early afternoon. The trees around her seemed to lean inward, their moss-covered trunks pressing closer, cutting off potential escape routes. "What are you?" Lauren whispered. "I am what returns when burial rites are violated, when the bones are disturbed and the protective iron is removed. Your friend Austin, he was so careful, so scientific. He documented everything, took soil samples, removed artifacts for dating. He never understood that some protections exist for a reason." The Austin thing began to change. Not dramatically, not like a horror movie transformation, but subtly, terrifyingly. Its proportions shifted, limbs lengthening, shoulders broadening, the uniform seeming to melt into shadow. Its face remained Austin's, but became somehow generic, a mask of humanity worn over something that had forgotten how to properly imitate the living. "He led me to you," it continued, its voice now layering multiple tones. Austin's overlaid with something older, colder, speaking English with the ghost of an Eastern European accent. "By breaking the seal, he freed me, and the freed Strigoi must complete its hunt, must consume those who violated its rest. Austin was first. You who come seeking him are second." Lauren's hand moved to her bear spray, though some part of her knew it would be useless. "I didn't disturb your grave, but you came to the place of bones. You photographed what should remain hidden. You carry the knowledge of where I rest. That is enough." It moved then, not walking but flowing across the space between them with impossible speed. Lauren triggered the bear spray directly into its face, the Austin face, and the thing recoiled not from pain, but from surprise, as if it had forgotten such defenses existed. She ran again, no longer caring about GPS waypoints or rational navigation. Driven purely by the animal imperative to escape, the forest became a blur of green and grey, her boots hammering against the earth, her breath burning in her lungs. Behind her, she could hear it following, not running. It didn't need to run. It knew these woods in ways she never could. But she could hear its voice calling to her, sometimes using Austin's voice, sometimes her mother's voice, once even her own voice calling out in confused terror. The ground beneath her feet suddenly wasn't there. She fell, sliding down a steep embankment she hadn't seen coming, crashed through Devil's Club that shredded her uniform sleeves, and landed hard in a creek bed she didn't recognize from any of her survey maps. The impact drove the air from her lungs, left her gasping in 6 inches of ice-cold water that soaked through her clothes instantly. Above her, at the top of the embankment, something stood silhouetted against the darkening sky. Not Austin anymore. Not even approximately human. It had given up pretense, now showing its true nature, something gaunt and elongated, with limbs that bent wrong, and a face that was mostly shadow, with points of luminescence where eyes should be. It began to descend the embankment, moving like liquid smoke, like shadow-given substance. Lauren's hand found her emergency beacon on her belt. The one that broadcast directly to rescue services via satellite, the one that was supposed to work anywhere. She activated it with numb fingers, knowing it was probably futile, that whatever this thing was, it existed in a space where normal rules didn't apply. The Strigoi reached the creek bed, its form resolving into something that hurt to look at directly, as if her brain couldn't quite process what her eyes were reporting. It leaned over her, and she could smell that rot sweetness again, could feel the cold radiating from it like heat from a fire, but inverse, draining warmth and life. "Your fear is exquisite," it said in a voice like wind through dead leaves. "Austin's fear was sharp and bright. Yours is deeper. You understand more. Your mind grasps what is happening even as it tries to reject it. That makes it better, richer." Lauren found her voice, though it came out as barely more than a whisper. The protection symbol, the X in the circle, it kept you bound for a century. There must be a way to what? Bind me again. It laughed, a sound like bones scraping stone. You would need iron blessed by Orthodox priest. You would need to speak words in language older than this continent. You would need faith in things your scientific mind rejected long ago. You have none of these. It was right. She knew it was right. But Lauren Mitchell hadn't become a wildlife biologist by accepting defeat when faced with impossible problems. Her mind raced, cataloging everything Elena had told her, everything she'd read in those anthropological papers, searching for any advantage, any weakness in folklore that might apply to the thing currently manifesting in front of her. Strigoi hunted specific territories. They fed on fear and confusion. They were bound by certain rules, certain limitations rooted in the folk magic that had created protections against them. And they retained memories of their human lives, retained human intelligence even in this corrupted form. "What was your name?" she asked, "when you were alive?" The thing paused, its inhuman face tilting in what might have been curiosity. "Why?" "Because you were human once. You had a name, a life. People who buried you with those protections because they knew you, cared about you enough to try to ensure your soul found peace." "Ioan Popescu," it said after a long moment. "I was logger. I came from Hunedoara in 1891. I worked these forests for 3 years before tree fell wrong and crushed me. My crew, they buried me here because I had no family to send body home. They did the old rituals. They thought it would be enough. But something went wrong. I died angry, died afraid, died knowing I would never see home again, never be buried in blessed ground with proper Orthodox rites. The anger did not fade when my body cooled. It grew, fed on itself. When I opened my eyes again, I was not in afterlife. I was still here, still in the dark earth, still conscious, aware. For 123 years I have been aware, trapped in the dark, unable to move, unable to die properly. And all that time I hungered. Lauren pushed herself into a sitting position, her back against the creek bank, water soaking through her remaining dry clothing. "Austin freed you. He removed the nails, broke the binding symbol. Yes, I fed on him over 3 days, drew out every memory, every fear, every hope. When I finished, there was nothing left. Not even bones. His essence is part of me now. And now, you want mine? No. The Strigoi's form flickered, briefly becoming something almost human again. A gaunt man in old-fashioned work clothes before collapsing back into shadow. Now I am going to take yours, but slower. You are more interesting than Austin. You came seeking him. You carry knowledge of folklore, of protective rituals. You understand what I am. That understanding will flavor your fear beautifully. The emergency beacon on Lauren's belt emitted a single sharp beep, indicating it had achieved satellite lock and was broadcasting. The Strigoi's attention snapped to it, and Lauren saw something she hadn't expected in its luminous eyes. Concern. "What is that?" it demanded. "Emergency locator. It just transmitted my exact coordinates to every rescue service in Washington state. They know exactly where I am. No one will come. This is my territory. I control it. Your devices do not function here." But the beacon beeped again, regular pulse confirming continuous transmission. And Lauren saw the Strigoi retreat slightly, its form becoming less solid, less present. "Interesting," she said, her mind working through the implications. "You can manipulate radios, GPS units, phones, technology that requires complex signals, that you can interfere with, confuse. But this beacon is simple, just a transponder broadcasting on a fixed frequency. Nothing to manipulate, nothing complex to corrupt." The Strigoi's form flickered more rapidly now, anger and uncertainty radiating from it like heat. "They will not arrive in time." "Maybe not, but they're coming. And that means your territory isn't as controlled as you think, which means the rules still apply. You're not all-powerful, Ioan Popescu. You're still bound by the folklore that created you. I am bound by nothing." But even as it said this, the darkness around them lightened fractionally. Lauren could hear something in the distance that might have been a helicopter, though that was probably wishful thinking. The Strigoi heard it too, its head snapping upward, tracking the sound. "Your scientific mind," it hissed. "It protects you. Belief creates vulnerability. You barely believe I exist, even as you see me. That makes you difficult to feed from. Incomplete. Then you made a mistake targeting me." Lauren pulled herself fully upright, standing in the creek bed, facing the entity. "Austin believed in you. At least part of him did. He heard his grandmother's stories. He understood the significance of what he'd found. That's why you could take him so completely. But I'm a scientist. I deal in evidence and hypothesis and testing theories. Even now, part of me thinks you're a hallucination, a stress response, a symptom of dehydration or hypothermia, an E." The Strigoi's form became increasingly unstable, fragmenting into multiple shadows that seemed to war with each other for dominance. "You will believe. I will make you believe. I will show you things that break your rational mind, that force you to accept." The helicopter sound was unmistakable now, growing louder, approaching from the north. And with it came something else, voices calling through the forest, multiple voices, a search team. The Strigoi let out a sound like wind, screaming through dead trees, and dissolved into the gathering darkness, not disappearing, but fragmenting, becoming part of the natural shadows of the forest, indistinguishable from ordinary darkness once more. Lauren stood alone in the creek bed, shivering violently, her emergency beacon still pulsing its location to the rescuers approaching through the woods. She could see lights now, flashlight beams cutting through the gloom, and hear voices calling her name. "Here!" she shouted, her voice hoarse. "I'm here!" The rescue team found her 10 minutes later, 4 rangers led by Chief Donovan, all of them looking exhausted and worried. They wrapped her in emergency blankets, checked her for injuries, demanded to know what had happened. Lauren told them she'd gotten disoriented near the old cemetery site, had fallen down an embankment and activated her beacon. She didn't mention the Strigoi, didn't mention the thing wearing Austin's face, didn't mention any of it because she knew how it would sound. She was a scientist, she dealt in evidence. And what evidence did she have? Photographs of disturbed graves, GPS data showing wildlife avoidance, her own testimony about experiencing, what? Hallucinations brought on by stress and hypothermia. They helicoptered her out as darkness fell completely over the forest. From the air, she could see the Hoh rainforest stretching in all directions, a dark green carpet of ancient trees that had witnessed centuries of human tragedy and triumph. Somewhere down there in that 12-square-mile zone that animals refused to enter, Ioan Popescu waited, still hunting, still hungry. At Olympic Medical Center in Port Angeles, they treated her for mild hypothermia and released her with instructions to take a few days off. Donovan visited her hospital room before she left. "The search for Austin is officially suspended," he said. "The teams swept the cemetery area you photographed. They found evidence of disturbance, but no sign of Austin. No tracks, no equipment, nothing. It's like he vanished into thin air. What about the graves, the archaeological site?" "We've contacted the State Historic Preservation Office. They're sending a team next week to document and protect the site. Apparently it's the only known Romanian settler cemetery in western Washington. Significant historical value." He paused. "Lauren, what really happened out there?" She met his eyes. "I got lost, that's all." He didn't believe her. She could see it in his face. But he also didn't press further. Elena Crawford called her 2 days later at her cabin. Lauren had been avoiding the phone, avoiding everyone, spending her suspended work time reviewing the photographs she'd taken, the wildlife data, trying to make sense of everything through the lens of science. "Dr. Mitchell," Eleanor's accented voice was sad but unsurprised. "I hear you survive encounter with what took my grandson." "I got lost in the woods," Lauren said automatically. "You know better now. You know what walks there." Lauren was quiet for a long moment. Rain drummed against her cabin windows with familiar persistence. "Mrs. Crawford, in scientific terms, I experienced a trauma response combined with environmental stresses that created hallucinatory experiences consistent with folklore I had recently been exposed to. That's the rational explanation. But you do not believe rational explanation anymore. I believe evidence, and the evidence is that Austin is missing, that cemetery had been disturbed, and that I experienced something in those woods that I cannot adequately explain." Elena's voice softened. "My grandson, he is gone. I know this. I accept this. But you survive. That means something. Strigoi does not let prey escape unless prey has protection it does not expect. Your science, it protects you. Your skepticism is like shield. As long as you barely believe, it cannot fully feed. That's not how science works, Mrs. Crawford." "Perhaps, but you are still alive. Austin is not. There is evidence in that difference, yes?" After Elena hung up, Lauren sat in her cabin watching rain sheet down the windows, thinking about belief and evidence, about rational explanations and the limits of human understanding. She thought about Ioan Popescu, crushed by a falling tree in 1894, buried with iron nails and protective symbols by co-workers who understood the old ways. She thought about him lying conscious in the dark earth for more than a century, aware and angry and hungry, until Austin Crawford's scientific curiosity broke the binding that held him. And she thought about the wildlife data, about 37 tagged animals systematically avoiding a 12-square-mile section of temperate rainforest, about the way science sometimes documented phenomena it couldn't explain, about how the absence of explanation didn't equal the absence of reality. She pulled up the GPS tracking data on her laptop, watched the colored lines showing animal movement patterns over the past 6 months. The avoidance zone remained unchanged. Nothing had entered it in 72 days. Nothing lived there anymore except ancient trees and whatever haunted the darkness between them. Lauren marked the area in her research files with a note. Ecological dead zone. Cause unknown. Recommend long-term monitoring and avoidance. It was the most honest assessment she could make while still maintaining her scientific credibility. That night, she dreamed of the forest, of shadows that moved with intelligent purpose, of a voice calling her name in tones that layered Austin's voice over something much older. She woke at 3 a.m., her cabin dark, except for the clock's LED display, and saw something standing outside her window. It might have been a tree branch moving in the wind. It might have been a trick of light and shadow. It might have been the lingering effects of trauma manifesting as waking nightmares. But for just a moment, she could have sworn she saw Austin's face looking in at her, his eyes reflecting light that wasn't there, his expression hungry and hollow and not quite right. The next morning, she called the park superintendent and tendered her resignation. She told him she'd been offered a position in California, something she'd been considering for a while. It was a lie. She had no job lined up, no plan, except to leave the Pacific Northwest, to put distance between herself and the Hoh rainforest, between herself and the thing that hunted in the darkness beneath the ancient trees. 2 weeks later, as she packed the last boxes from her cabin, she received a package with no return address. Inside was a small iron nail, corroded with age, and a note in Elena Crawford's careful handwriting. For protection, keep with you always. Some hunts are not finished just because prey escapes. Some hunters are very patient, and some territories are larger than they first appear. May you stay rational. May your science shield you. May your skepticism keep you safe. But just in case, keep the iron close. EC. Lauren added the nail to her keychain, telling herself it was just a piece of metal, just a reminder of an experience that could be explained through trauma psychology and environmental stresses. She told herself this even as she avoided forests whenever possible in her new life, even as she found herself checking reflections in windows and mirrors to verify she was alone, even as she occasionally caught a smell on the wind that reminded her of rot and sweetness mixed together in a way that made her sinuses burn. She told herself she didn't believe, but she kept the nail close anyway, because evidence supported rational conclusions. And the evidence suggested that some protections, some superstitions, some old ways of understanding the world had survived for centuries precisely because they worked, even if science couldn't explain why. Hope you felt genuine terror. If you appreciate authentic horror rooted in real folklore, consider following for more stories. Which moment scared you most? Share your theory about what happened. Daniel Warren was explaining to a semicircle of 23 tourists why skinwalkers weren't real when Lauren Daniels started screaming through his radio. The Navajo people, he said, gesturing toward the ancient cliff dwellings carved into the red sandstone walls of Canyon de Chelly, created these stories as cautionary tales. Yenald Lushi, what pop culture calls skinwalkers, were meant to reinforce cultural taboos, not to describe actual shape-shifting witches. He smiled that practice smile he'd perfected over 15 years of ranger presentations, the one that said, "I'm educated and you're not, but I'll humor your superstitions. I promise you, in my decade and a half working this..." The Motorola radio clipped to his shoulder erupted with static, then Lauren's voice cut through shrill and wrong. "Daniel! Oh God, Daniel, it's wearing my face. I'm looking at myself and it's smiling with my mouth, but I can see, Jesus Christ, I can see what's underneath. And it's..." The transmission dissolved into sounds that made the tourists step back. Wet, tearing noises, something that might have been laughter, or might have been an animal in distress. And underneath it all, a low clicking that Daniel's rational mind insisted was interference. but his hindbrain recognized as articulated speech in a language humans weren't meant to understand. Daniel's smile evaporated. He grabbed the radio, aware that 23 pairs of eyes were now fixed on him instead of the ruins. "Lauren, this is Warren. Confirm your location and status. This isn't funny." Static. Then her voice again, but different. Flatter, with wrong emphasis on the syllables, like someone learning to speak by mimicking recordings. "Funny. Yes. Ha, ha. Daniel, I am at the Spider Rock Overlook. Something is wrong with my words. They keep coming out sideways." One of the tourists, a middle-aged woman with a sun visor and a University of New Mexico t-shirt, raised her hand like she was in class. "Is this part of the presentation? Because it's quite effective." Daniel ignored her. Lauren had been his patrol partner for 8 months, transferred from Yosemite after some incident she never discussed in detail. She was professional, methodical, not the type to stage elaborate pranks. And Spider Rock, that was 12 miles southeast, a sacred site to the Navajo where, according to legend, Spider Woman lived and taught humans to weave. Lauren had been assigned to clear the overlook of tourists before sunset, standard protocol for protecting both visitors and the cultural significance of the site. "All visitors need to return to your vehicles," Daniel announced, his ranger voice cutting through the murmuring crowd. "We're experiencing a communication emergency and need to clear the area immediately." "But we paid for the full sunset tour," a man in cargo shorts protested. "You'll receive a full refund at the visitor center. Please proceed directly to the parking area. Now," the radio crackled again. "Daniel, the sun is wrong. It's watching me with too many eyes, and they're all the same eye, just multiplied across the sky like reflections in broken mirrors. Do you see it? Do you see what it's really been this whole time?" The tourists were moving now, some quickly toward the parking lot half a mile back, others lingering to film with their smartphones, because of course they were. Daniel was already running toward his truck, a white Ford F-350 with the National Park Service emblem on the door, and a light bar that he activated as soon as he climbed in. His personal iPhone showed 4:47 p.m., approximately 90 minutes until sunset. The temperature gauge on the dashboard read 93 degrees Fahrenheit, hot even for late June in Arizona. He radioed the ranger station as he drove. "Station, this is Warren. I have a possible 1054 at Spider Rock Overlook. Ranger Daniels is reporting incoherent and possibly experiencing heat exhaustion or altered mental status, requesting immediate backup and medical standby." The voice that answered was Tom Begay, a Navajo ranger who'd worked Canyon de Chelly for 20 years and tolerated Daniel's skepticism about local traditions with bemused patience. "Copy, Warren. I'm en route from White House ruins, ETA 20 minutes. Did she say anything specific?" Daniel hesitated. On the radio, where other rangers and potentially the press could monitor, negative, just confused speech patterns, possible environmental exposure. What he didn't say. She claimed something was wearing her face. She said the sun had too many eyes. She spoke like someone who'd forgotten how language worked and was rebuilding it from fragments. The road to Spider Rock was unpaved, a winding track that followed the canyon rim through landscape that looked alien. All red rock and sparse vegetation, piñon pines and juniper twisted by wind into shapes that suggested writhing. This was Navajo Nation land, leased to the National Park Service through a complex agreement that required careful respect for the tribe's sovereignty and sacred sites. Daniel had studied the cultural protocols extensively when he transferred here from Sequoia National Park 3 years ago, learned the proper way to request permission before entering certain areas, memorized which sites were photographable and which weren't. But he'd always approached it as anthropology, not belief. The stories were fascinating cultural artifacts, not warnings. His radio had gone silent. Daniel tried raising Lauren every 30 seconds. "Daniels, Warren, confirm status, over." Nothing but static that occasionally resolved into sounds that might have been wind through the canyons or might have been breathing. At 8 miles, his iPhone lost signal completely. Standard for the area, cellular towers were sparse on the reservation, and the canyon walls created dead zones that even satellite phones struggled with. Daniel's dashboard GPS still functioned, showing his position as a blue dot crawling along the canyon rim toward the coordinates of Spider Rock Overlook. At 10 miles, he saw the first sign that something was genuinely wrong. Lauren's truck sat in the Overlook parking area, driver's door hanging open, engine still running. Her ranger hat lay in the dust beside it, and nearby, Daniel's stomach tightened, what looked like a small pile of clothing. No, not clothing, skin. Sheets of it, translucent and membranous, like a snake's shed scales but shaped wrong, with appendages that didn't map to human anatomy. Daniel stopped his truck 20 feet back and approached on foot, one hand on the canister of bear spray at his belt, even though bears didn't live in this desert ecosystem. The skin, and it was definitely skin, he could see pores and hair follicles, and the delicate network of capillaries beneath the surface, was still damp, as if recently discarded. It lay in the dust like a collapsed balloon, vaguely humanoid, but with too many joints in the arms and a torso that seemed to have split open from the inside. "What the actual fuck?" Daniel whispered and pulled out his GoPro camera. He filmed the scene methodically, documenting the abandoned truck, the hat, the impossible organic material that his brain insisted couldn't be real, even as his hands trembled filming it. The timestamp on the camera read 5:23 p.m., 73 minutes until sunset. A sound made him turn, footsteps on sandstone, light and quick. Lauren stood at the edge of the overlook, silhouetted against the red cliffs of the canyon. She wore her ranger uniform, and from this distance, everything looked normal. But she stood too still, with her weight distributed wrong, like she was balancing on joints that bent in directions human legs didn't accommodate. "Lauren!" Daniel called out, staying near his truck. "Are you okay? We need to get you checked out." She turned toward him, and even from 30 feet away, Daniel could see that her eyes weren't tracking properly, the left following his movement, while the right remained fixed on something above and behind him. When she spoke, her lips moved a half-second out of sync with the sounds. "Daniel, I called. You came. That's good. That's what partners do." "You're scaring me. I need you to walk toward me slowly. We'll get you to a hospital, figure out what's happening." Hospital. She tilted her head 90 degrees, far beyond what human neck vertebrae allowed. Interesting. Place where broken things go, to be fixed or studied. Am I broken? Daniel. Behind him, from inside Lauren's truck, the radio activated. His own voice came through the speaker. "Lauren, are you okay? We need to get you checked out." Exactly what he'd just said, in his inflection, perfect mimicry. Then Lauren's voice, but wrong, stilted. "Daniel, I called, you came." Daniel spun back to the overlook edge. Lauren, or what stood wearing Lauren's shape, was smiling now, and her teeth were wrong. Too many of them, arranged in rows that receded back into her throat like a shark's mouth. "The radio," she said, "is just vibrations, sound waves, shaped into patterns, easy to copy, like wearing a voice, the way I'm wearing this." She reached up and touched her face. Her fingers sank into the skin like it was clay, reshaping her features with wet, squelching sounds that carried clearly across the parking area. Daniel watched, his rational mind screaming that this was impossible, as Lauren's face melted and reformed into his face. His narrow nose, his 5-day stubble, the small scar above his left eyebrow from a childhood bicycle accident. The thing wearing his face smiled with his mouth. "Much harder," it said in his voice, "to copy. The inside, the meat, the bones, takes time, takes practice." Lauren screamed, "For so long, while I practiced." Daniel's hand found his radio. "Tom, I need immediate backup at Spider Rock. Officer down. Repeat, officer down. Situation is... What? Impossible? Supernatural? He was a skeptic, had built his entire career on rational explanations, had literally been mocking the Skinwalker legends minutes before this started. Situation is extreme. Be advised. Subject is armed and dangerous. Tom Begay's voice came through calm and steady. Warren, I'm 5 minutes out. Can you confirm the threat? The thing at the overlook edge was changing again, Lauren's uniform splitting open as the body beneath expanded, joints reversing, limbs elongating into configurations that defied anatomy. It dropped to all fours, all sixes, and Daniel saw with crystalline horror that it was growing additional appendages, emerging from the torso like tree branches from a trunk. The face cycled through shapes. Lauren, Daniel, Tom Begay, tourists Daniel had met, people he didn't recognize, flickering faster and faster until it was just a blur of human features melting into one another. Negative, Daniel whispered into the radio. Cannot confirm. Tom, listen to me. The stories, the ones you told me about Yanald Lushi, the ones I said were bullshit. I need to know if they mentioned how to... Run. Tom's voice cut through. Don't engage. Don't look at it directly. Don't let it touch you. And for God's sake, Daniel, don't let it speak to you in voices you love. That's how it gets into your head. The creature that had been Lauren launched itself forward with impossible speed, covering the 30 feet between them in a single fluid movement that involved too many joints bending in too many directions. Daniel threw himself sideways, rolling behind his truck as something that felt like fingers, but moved like tentacles grasped for his ankle. He kicked backward, felt his boot connect with flesh that had too much give, like striking a balloon full of meat. His truck. The keys were in the ignition. Daniel scrambled around the front bumper, yanked the door open, and threw himself inside. The creature was already there, somehow having circled the vehicle faster than physics allowed, pressing its faces against the passenger window. The glass fogged with its breath, and in the condensation symbols appeared, spirals and angular shapes that hurt to look at, that seemed to rotate even though they were static. Daniel slammed the truck into reverse, tires spraying gravel. The creature clung to the passenger door, fingers that were too long and had too many knuckles scrabbling at the window frame. He swerved hard left, trying to shake it off, but it adjusted its grip with liquid ease, now climbing onto the hood, now staring at him through the windshield with eyes that were all pupil, black and reflective and containing depth that shouldn't fit inside a human skull. It spoke with Lauren's voice, but also Tom's and Daniel's mother's and his dead father's. You explained to tourists that we aren't real, that we're cautionary tales. But Daniel, what if the caution was real and the tale was just how humans tried to make sense of us? Daniel floored the accelerator, racing backward down the unpaved road. The creature flowed across the hood like liquid, reforming itself to maintain balance. Through the windshield, Daniel saw its torso split open, revealing not organs but more faces, smaller ones, child-sized, all screaming silently. He recognized one of them, Thomas Ashkey, a Navajo teenager who'd gone missing from the reservation 6 months ago. The case was still open, assumed to be a runaway. Oh, Jesus, Daniel breathed. You're collecting them. You're wearing people. Wearing, the creature agreed. And now it was speaking in Thomas Ashkey's voice, a 16-year-old boy's voice cracking with puberty and terror. At first, then becoming, then forgetting. Which was the mask and which was the face. Daniel, I used to be one person. Now I'm 17. And I can't remember which one was me. A vehicle appeared in Daniel's rearview mirror. Tom Begay's truck, light bar flashing. The older ranger pulled alongside Daniel's backward trajectory and leaned out his window. "Brake right," he shouted. "Give me a shot." Daniel wrenched the wheel. His truck fishtailed, tires losing grip in the loose gravel. The creature on his hood turned toward Tom's vehicle, faces cycling faster now. A strobe effect of human features that made Daniel's eyes water trying to process. Tom raised something, not a gun but a leather pouch, old and worn, tied with red cord. He threw it with practiced accuracy. The pouch struck the creature's torso and exploded in a cloud of yellow powder, corn pollen. Daniel's educated brain supplied uselessly, sacred to the Navajo, used in blessing ceremonies. The creature shrieked, a sound that came from all its mouths simultaneously, harmonizing in frequencies that made Daniel's inner ear spasm. It released its grip on the truck and fell, hitting the ground and immediately sprinting on appendages that kept multiplying, 4 legs becoming 6, becoming 8, scrambling toward the canyon edge and launching itself over the rim into 300 feet of empty air. Tom's truck screeched to a halt. The older ranger jumped out, pulling Daniel from his vehicle with hands that shook despite his calm expression. "You okay? Did it touch you? Did it speak to you in anyone's voice you recognized?" "Multiple voices," Daniel managed. His own hands were shaking, his carefully constructed worldview shattered like the windshield of his truck, which he now noticed was spiderwebbed with cracks radiating from where the creature's faces had pressed against it. "Tom, what the fuck was that? What the actual fuck?" "Yenald-Lushi," Tom said simply. He was already moving toward the canyon edge, pulling out his own radio. "Station, this is Begay. We have confirmed sighting of hostile indigenous entity at Spider Rock. I'm declaring the area a cultural emergency zone. Evacuate all visitors from canyon access points and seal the monument until further notice. Contact the tribal council immediately. We're going to need a sing." "A sing?" Daniel followed him to the overlook. Below, the canyon stretched for miles, its walls carved into fantastic shapes by centuries of erosion. There was no sign of the creature, no body at the bottom, no movement on the cliff faces, just empty air and red rock and the lengthening shadows of approaching sunset. "A ceremonial healing," Tom explained, "the kind that requires a hatali, a medicine man. Daniel, you need to understand something. What you just saw, what took Lauren, this doesn't happen randomly. Skinwalkers are made, not born. Someone performed the forbidden rituals, violated the deepest taboos of my people. Someone chose to become that thing by killing someone they loved." Daniel's mind spun. That's anthropology, cultural belief systems. You're telling me it's literal?" Tom turned to face him, and Daniel saw something in the older ranger's eyes that might have been pity or might have been anger. "You spent 15 years explaining to tourists that our stories were metaphors, that the Yenald-Lushi was a cautionary tale about the corrupting nature of dark ambition. You were half right. It is about corruption. But it's not a metaphor, Daniel. It's a documentation. Our ancestors weren't primitive people creating myths to explain natural phenomena. They were trying to warn future generations about real dangers, and you've been telling everyone those warnings were bullshit." The sun was setting now, painting the canyon walls in shades of orange and crimson that looked uncomfortably like fresh blood. Daniel stared at the shed skin still lying in the parking area, already beginning to decay in the heat, dissolving into a sticky residue that would probably be gone by morning. Evidence that would evaporate before he could collect it properly, leaving him with just his GoPro footage and his shattered certainty. "Lauren," he said, "is she dead?" Tom didn't answer immediately. He walked to the shed skin, careful not to touch it, and examined it from multiple angles. "This was the discarding," he finally said, "the final stage. The skinwalker wears its victim's form while consuming their essence, their memories, their identity. When the wearing is complete, when there's nothing left of the original person to sustain, the skin is shed and the creature moves on to the next victim. So yes, Daniel. Lauren Daniels is dead. She's been dead since sometime this morning, probably. What you saw, what spoke to you, That was the thing that ate her, wearing her like a costume while it learned to be her. Daniel's legs gave out. He sat down hard in the dust, his back against his truck's rear tire. Somewhere in the canyon, a raven called, or something imitating a raven. The sound echoed off the rock walls, multiplying and distorting until it became a chorus of artificial bird cries that faded into silence. "The radio transmission," Daniel said. She called for help. Was that really her? "Probably the last of her," Tom said quietly. "The final fragments of consciousness, trying to warn you while the skinwalker was still integrating her memories. They're not perfect copies, especially at first. The mimicry takes practice. That's why the speech was wrong, the body language was off. It was still learning how to be Lauren Daniels. And now it knows how to be me too." Daniel touched his face, the face that the creature had copied with such casual precision. "It studied me, copied my features, my voice. Why?" "Because you're next." Tom held out his hand, helping Daniel to his feet. "It wanted you to see what it could do, wanted you to understand what's coming. Skinwalkers don't just kill, Daniel, they terrorize first. They break you mentally before they break you physically. It's going to use Lauren's face, your face, the faces of everyone you've ever loved, to get inside your head. And when you're vulnerable enough, when you can't trust your own eyes anymore, that's when it'll strike." The tribal council meeting took place in a concrete building in Chinle, the nearest town to Canyon de Chelly. Daniel sat in a folding chair, his GoPro footage playing on a laptop screen, while 3 elderly Navajo men and 2 women watched with expressions that ranged from grim to resigned. Tom translated when necessary, though most of the council members spoke fluent English. They'd been speaking Navajo among themselves when Daniel arrived, conversations that stopped abruptly when he entered. "This is the 3rd incident in 18 months, one of the councilwomen said after the footage ended. Her name was Betty Tsinny, and she wore a turquoise squash blossom necklace that looked older than the building they sat in. The Ashkey boy, that hiker from Texas, now your ranger. And there will be more unless we act." "Do you know who's creating them?" Daniel asked. His voice sounded hollow to his own ears. He'd been awake for 27 hours, sustained by coffee and adrenaline, and the horrible understanding that everything he'd believed about reality was wrong. "Tom said skinwalkers are made by people who violate taboos. Someone local is doing this." The council members exchanged glances. Betty Tsinny spoke carefully. "We have suspicions, but the person we suspect disappeared into the canyons 3 weeks ago, left their home, their family, everything. By the time we realized what they might have done, might have become, they were gone. And now they're hunting," another council member added. "Collecting faces, collecting power. The old stories say that skinwalkers grow stronger with each person they consume. First, it's just mimicry, copying appearances and voices. Then it's taking memories, skills, knowledge. Eventually, if they consume enough, they can become anyone perfectly. Walk among us undetected. That's when they're most dangerous." Daniel thought about the faces he'd seen in the creature's torso, screaming silently. Thomas Ashkey, others he didn't recognize. And soon, if the creature succeeded, Lauren Daniels, his own face integrated into that writhing collection of stolen identities. "How do we stop it?" he asked. Tom and the council members looked at each other. Betty Tsinny finally answered, "Traditionally, a skinwalker can only be killed by speaking its true name while it wears its true face. But if it's been 3 weeks since the transformation, it may not remember its true face anymore. It may not remember its true name. And then what? We just wait for it to kill more people? We perform a sing," Tom said, "a ceremony that will draw it out, force it to confront what it's become. If we're lucky, if the person it used to be is still buried somewhere inside, we might be able to reach them. Make them remember their humanity. Make them choose to end what they've become. And if we're not lucky, silence. Betty Sinney stood up. We'll perform the ceremony at Spider Rock tomorrow night. It's a sacred site, a place of power. Spider-Woman is said to have taught our people many things. Weaving, yes, but also how to recognize patterns. How to see the threads that connect us to our ancestors, to the land, to each other. If anywhere can show a skinwalker what it's lost, what it's destroyed by becoming a monster, it's there. You're using me as bait, Daniel said. It wasn't a question. You're what it wants next, Tom confirmed. Your face, your identity. And yes, we're using that. The Hatali will perform the ceremony, but you'll need to be present. You'll need to confront it directly. Face what you've always refused to believe was real. Daniel wanted to refuse. Every rational bone in his body screamed at him to refuse, to drive back to Flagstaff and resign from the Park Service and move somewhere without legends, somewhere where reality behaved according to the rules he'd spent his life learning. But Lauren Daniels was dead. Thomas Ashkey was dead. Others he'd never meet were dead, their faces trapped in that creature's torso, screaming forever. "I'll do it," he said. The ceremony began at sunset. Daniel stood at the Spider Rock overlook, the same spot where he'd encountered the creature 24 hours earlier. Around him, a circle of corn pollen had been laid out in intricate patterns by Harrison Yazzie, an elderly Hatali who'd arrived from Window Rock with a leather case full of ceremonial materials. Tom Begay stood outside the circle with 3 other Navajo Rangers, all of them carrying pouches similar to the one Tom had used to drive off the creature. "The pollen is a barrier," Harrison explained as he worked. He spoke English with only a slight accent, his voice a deep rumble that seemed to harmonize with the canyon winds. "It represents life, growth, blessing. The skinwalker is the opposite. Death, decay, curse. It can't cross the circle as long as the pattern remains intact. But you, Ranger Warren, you'll need to step outside it when the time comes. You'll need to face the creature without protection." "Why can't we just destroy it?" Daniel asked. "Shoot it, burn it, whatever it takes." "Because it used to be a person," Harrison said simply. He was creating a sand painting now, using colored sands to form symbols that resembled the disturbing spirals the creature had breathed onto Daniel's truck window. They made a terrible choice, violated sacred laws, became something monstrous. But they were human once. They had a family, friends, a name. If we can reach that person, remind them of who they were, there's a chance, small but real, that they'll choose to end their own existence, that they'll step into the sun, or fall onto a blade, or simply will themselves to stop. That's the only true death for a skinwalker. They have to choose it. And if they don't choose it, Harrison met his eyes, then many more people will die, and one of them will be you. The sun touched the horizon, turning the canyon walls into curtains of fire. Daniel's shadow stretched long and thin behind him, pointing east like an accusation. His hands were shaking again, though whether from fear or exhaustion or simple acknowledgement of how completely his worldview had collapsed, he couldn't say. Harrison began to sing. The words were in Navajo, ancient and rhythmic, building in complexity as he circled the pollen barrier. Other voices joined, Tom and the Rangers, their harmonies weaving through Harrison's lead in patterns that seemed to pull at something in the air itself. Daniel felt it, a thrumming in his bones, a resonance that grew stronger as the ceremony intensified. The creature came at full dark. It walked out of the canyon on 2 legs, wearing Lauren Daniels' face, but making no attempt to hide what it was. The ranger uniform hung in tatters from a body that had too many joints, too many places where flesh folded in on itself in anatomically impossible configurations. But the face, Lauren's face, was perfect. Every freckle, every line, every subtle expression copied with absolute fidelity. Daniel, it said in Lauren's voice. Why are you making them sing? It hurts. The sounds, they hurt. Because you killed her, Daniel said. His voice steadied as he spoke, anger burning away fear. You killed Lauren and Thomas Ashkey, and God knows how many others. You're wearing their faces like trophies. The creature tilted its head, Lauren's head. Trophies, no, not trophies, memories. I collect memories when I wear their faces. I remember what they remembered, their childhood, their loves, their fears. I know everything. Lauren Daniels knew I know about her daughter in Portland, the one she doesn't talk to because of the incident at Yosemite. Daniel's stomach twisted. Lauren had never mentioned a daughter. I know about your father, the creature continued, stepping closer to the pollen circle, the one who died when you were 12, the one you blame yourself for, because you were supposed to be watching him take his medication, but you were playing video games instead. Stop, Daniel whispered. I know about Tom Begay's wife, the one who left him because she couldn't live on the reservation anymore, couldn't stand being Navajo in a world that wanted her to be invisible. Tom's singing faltered for just a moment before he caught himself, voice strengthening with visible effort. These are the things I collect, the skinwalker said. It was at the pollen circle now, standing just outside the barrier, Lauren's face cycling through expressions, grief, joy, fear, desire, like someone flipping through photographs. Not trophies, memories, proof that they existed, that their lives mattered. When I consume them, they don't disappear. Daniel, they become part of something larger. They become eternal. You're rationalizing murder, Daniel said. You're a monster trying to pretend there's meaning in what you do. The creature's face went blank. Then it smiled with too many teeth. Yes, it said, and now its voice was different, younger, male, uncertain. Yes, I suppose I am. Do you want to know what I remember about being human, Ranger Warren? I remember being hungry, so hungry, not for food, but for more life, more time, more everything. I performed the forbidden rituals because I was dying, cancer, stage 4, 6 months, to live. And I thought, if I could, just have a little more time. Harrison's singing grew louder, more insistent. The other voices joined in crescendo, harmonizing in ways that made the air shimmer. The creature flinched, Lauren's face contorting. They told me, the old stories, that if I violated the taboos, killed someone I loved, wore their skin, I could take their life, their time. So I did. I killed my brother. I wore him, and it worked. The cancer disappeared, but so did I. So did everything. That made me human. Now I'm just hunger for more. Faces, more memories, more proof that I still exist. The voice was cracking now, harmonics bleeding through. Lauren's alto, Thomas Ashkey's tenor, others Daniel didn't recognize, all speaking simultaneously in imperfect synchronization. My name was Robert Bennerly. I was 37 years old. I had a wife, 2 children. I taught mathematics at Chinley High School. I liked hiking and photography and green chili stew. I was someone once. Harrison stopped singing. In the sudden silence he spoke. Robert Benally, you violated Ya'at-e. You took your brother's life. You became the thing our ancestors feared most. But you still remember your name. You still remember who you were. That means you can still choose to end this. Step into the barrier. Let the blessing destroy what you've become. Give your victims peace. The creature, Robert Benally, stood at the edge of the pollen circle. Its body rippled, faces emerging and disappearing across its torso. The brother it had killed first, Lauren, Thomas, others. Each face opened its mouth in a silent scream. Each face was a life stolen, a memory trapped, a person who would never go home. "If I step into the circle," Robert said, "I die. For real. Forever." "Yes," Harrison confirmed. "And the people I consumed, do they go free?" "We don't know," Harrison said honestly. "Maybe they're already free, and only your guilt keeps their faces. Maybe they're trapped and will be released. Maybe death is just death and there's nothing after. But Robert, right now, you're choosing to keep killing, keep consuming, keep becoming more of a monster. That's the only certainty. If you continue, more people die." Daniel watched the creature's, Robert's, face cycle through emotions. Fear, grief, rage, resignation. He thought about Lauren's daughter in Portland, who would never get the chance to reconcile with her mother. About Thomas Ashke's family, who'd spent 6 months hoping he'd come home. About the mathematics teacher, who'd loved green chili stew and hiking and had made the worst choice a human could make, and then kept making it over and over until he forgot he'd ever been human at all. "I don't want to die," Robert whispered. And for a moment it was just a man's voice, single and afraid. "I don't want to stop existing, even like this, even as a monster. Existence is better than nothing, isn't it?" No one answered. The question hung in the desert air as the stars emerged overhead, thousands of them, indifferent and ancient. Robert stepped back from the circle. "I'm sorry," he said. "I'm sorry to all of them. To my brother, to Lauren, to Thomas, to everyone. But I can't. I'm too afraid, I'm too hungry for more." He turned and ran, body flowing into a 4-legged configuration that carried him across the sandstone with impossible speed. Tom raised his arm to throw another pollen pouch, but Harrison stopped him. "Let him go." "He'll kill again," Tom protested. "Yes," Harrison said, "but not tonight. Tonight we reminded him of who he was, planted doubt, made him question. That's the first step. Sometimes that's all we can do." Daniel slumped to the ground, exhaustion finally overwhelming him. The ceremony was over. Lauren Daniels was still dead. The skinwalker was still out there, and tomorrow he'd have to write a report that would make him sound insane, documenting events that defied every principle of rational investigation he'd ever learned. "You did well," Harrison said, beginning to carefully sweep up the sand painting. "Faced your fear, stood your ground." "I didn't do anything," Daniel said. "It walked away. Lauren's still dead. Her face is still trapped in that thing." "Ugh. You acknowledged the truth," Tom said quietly. "You, Daniel Warren, who spent 15 years telling people that our stories are metaphors. You stood in a ceremony, watched a skinwalker confess its crimes, and you didn't try to rationalize it away. You didn't insist there had to be a scientific explanation. You saw the truth, and you accepted it. That's not nothing." Daniel thought about that as they packed up the ceremonial materials. About his presentation to the tourists that morning. Had it really only been 24 hours ago? Explaining that skinwalkers were cautionary tales. About his certainty that legends were just primitive people's attempts to explain natural phenomena. About his arrogance. "I was wrong," he said. "Yes," Tom agreed. "You were, but now you know better. The question is, what are you going to do with that knowledge?" Daniel Warren continued working at Canyon de Chelly. He stopped giving presentations about how the Navajo legends were metaphors. When tourists asked about skinwalkers, he told them the truth. "I don't know much about them. Talk to the Tribal Cultural Center. Listen to the stories from the people who've kept those stories alive for centuries. Don't dismiss what you don't understand." He filed his report about Lauren's disappearance, listing her as lost to hostile wildlife, body not recovered. The Park Service accepted it. Lauren's daughter in Portland eventually stopped calling, asking for updates that Daniel couldn't give. Thomas Ashke remained on the missing persons list. The hiker from Texas was never found. Robert Benally The man who'd become a skinwalker was spotted twice more in the following months. Once, wearing a tourist's face, he tried to lure a child away from a tour group. Tom and 2 other Navajo rangers drove him off with pollen and prayers. Another time, he appeared to a couple camping illegally in the restricted zones, wearing Daniel's face, and told them to leave the canyon and never return. They did. The tribal council continued their ceremonies. Harris and Yazzie performed 4 more sings, trying to reach Robert, trying to remind him of his humanity. Each time, Robert got closer to the pollen circle. Each time, he turned away at the last moment, too afraid to choose death over existence. On the anniversary of Lauren's death, Daniel returned to Spider Rock. He placed a small memorial, her ranger badge, which had been found in the canyon, and a photograph of her daughter that the woman in Portland had sent, hoping it might provide closure, at the overlook. As he knelt there, watching the sun set over the red cliffs, he felt it, the sensation of being watched. He turned slowly. Robert Benally stood 50 feet away, wearing his original face, or something like it, aged by months of living as a monster. The face was haggard, stretched, barely human, but it was singular, not the shifting collection of stolen features. "I remember you," Robert said, his voice almost normal. "From the ceremony, you asked me to choose death." "I asked you to end the killing," Daniel corrected. "Death was just the method." "Same thing." Then Robert moved closer, and Daniel noticed he was walking on 2 legs, human posture, human gait. "Do you know what it's like? Wearing other people's faces? You start to forget which thoughts are yours and which thoughts you stole. Which memories really happened to you and which ones you just absorbed. I don't know if I actually like green chili stew, or if that's my brother's preference. I can't remember if my wife's name is Sarah, or if that's what Lauren's daughter was called." "Your wife's name is Maria," Daniel said quietly. "She still lives in Chinle. She's been waiting for you to come home. Not the monster. You." Robert's face twisted. "There is no me anymore. There's just this collection of stolen people wearing a name that used to mean something, but I wanted you to know I haven't killed anyone in 3 months. I'm trying. Every day I'm trying not to take another face. Some days I succeed." He turned to leave, but Daniel called out, "Robert, the offer's still open. The ceremony, whenever you're ready to choose." Robert paused at the canyon's edge, silhouetted against the dying light. "I know," he said, "but I'm not brave enough yet. Maybe someday. Maybe when I can't remember my name anymore, when there's nothing left of Robert Benally but hunger. Maybe then I'll find the courage to step into the circle." He fell backward off the cliff, body twisting in mid-air, reforming into something with wings that wasn't quite a bird and wasn't quite a bat. Daniel watched him disappear into the shadows of the canyon, carrying Lauren's face and Thomas's face and his brother's face and dozens of others into the darkness. The sun set, the stars emerged, and Daniel Warren drove back to the ranger station, where he would write another report that explained nothing, documented everything, and filed the truth away where no tourist would ever read it. The skinwalker was still out there. Maybe it would find the courage to die, maybe it wouldn't. But Daniel had learned something that all the education and rational thinking in the world couldn't teach. Some stories aren't metaphors, some warnings are literal, and some monsters are just people who made the worst possible choice and then couldn't unmake it, no matter how much they wanted to. He thought about Lauren often, about her daughter who would never know what really happened, about the memorial at Spider Rock that would weather and fade, forgotten by everyone except the rangers who knew the truth. About Robert Benally, slowly losing himself in the collection of stolen lives, trying every day to be brave enough to stop. And Daniel thought about belief, real belief, not the polite anthropological interest he'd once passed off as respect. He thought about the Hata Ali who'd sung for hours to reach a monster. About Tom Begay, who'd patiently tolerated Daniel's skepticism and never said, "I told you so." About the Navajo people who'd kept these stories alive for centuries, not as entertainment, but as warning. "I believe you now," Daniel whispered to the empty desert night. "I believe every word." Somewhere in the canyon, something howled. It might have been a coyote. It might have been something wearing a coyote's voice, trying to remember what it meant to be wild and free and simple. Daniel didn't go to investigate. Some things he'd learned were better left in the darkness where they belonged. He drove home. He locked his doors. He slept with the lights on. And when he woke the next morning to give another tour, he told the tourists the truth. The legends are real. The warnings are real. Respect what you don't understand, and never ever assume that human beings can't become monsters if they're afraid enough of dying. Most of them thought he was joking. A few didn't. Those few nodded, understanding in their eyes, and stayed close to the group for the rest of the tour. Hope you felt genuine terror. If you appreciate authentic horror rooted in real folklore, consider following for more stories. Which moment scared you most? Share your theory about what happened.